Okay, the countdown has been and gone, so we get back to it. Rare is there a game that is such a brainworm for me that I'm going to break my Sabbath of Monday and Tuesday to actually go streaming. It is indeed Monday today. Don't worry, you didn't go to work on a Sunday. That'd be quite horrifying, Acronymus. I have to go to work on a Sunday. Well, there's not much of a go-to there, and frankly not much of a work going on there. But we're here, and at long last we're going to start building the actual factory. And by build the factory, what I mean is design the factory. I want to build a bus. That goes against much of the advice that I've been offered in all of this, but it's what I want to do, so it's what I'm going to do. I need to think about how exactly it's going to look, where things are going to go, how does the bus operate, and for that we're going to need a blueprint machine to start drafting up designs and then start implementing it, and then we'll test it with basic things. I'll bring up I suppose some ingots and some of the things I already produced, like my aluminium over there, which means we want to shunt it all the way over here, bring it up, and then shove it back down the bus. That does mean superfluous lines, but I'm not opposed to having superfluous lines. The game's performance seems fine. We have all the resources that we need to build these things more or less endlessly. That said, this might get heavy on the steel, and my steel production isn't great. In fact, it's quite terrible. But steel might be one of the earlier things that we actually get going properly with. We're well aware that there's an excellent area for a smelter array over here. Such an endless access to coal and iron. There's copper there as well, with water as well, so if I want to print out copper sheets, that's a possibility. But I don't know how much I'm going to need to scale up for all this. That'll be a consideration going forward. Oh, Tarkin! Tarkin having the rare ice cream treat. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't want your diabetes flaring up over one little bite of ice cream. Okay, thank you, Boombox. Get away. Game doesn't have a whole lot of music, but I think I've come to appreciate the lack of music. Lets you focus on what you're doing here. The Factorio expansion, for example, I'm really not fond of the music in it. Very ill-fitting and a bit pervasive. Music doesn't necessarily have to be good in a game, but it should be fitting. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Somebody should not have said in chat that it's going to take, what was it, weeks, maybe a month to get the coupons I need after spending them all the other day. Well, having heard that, I decided to just leave the game running for the weekend. And now I'm sitting pretty on my coupons. So, no, it was not going to take weeks or months. There we go. Give me that. Although I should point out that when I was recovering from my wisdom tooth removal, which was one of the reasons I wasn't streaming so much last week, to take my mind off of it, I went over and I built a mini factory over here. Doesn't do anything other than sync. I just wanted to play the game, but I didn't want to build the real factory off stream, so I just built a circuit factory over there for the purpose of syncing. And it syncs about 500,000 points a minute, I think. Yeah, that seems about right. Slight fluctuations probably to production levels, but if we go over in that direction, we'll have a look at it. But I wanted to play this game and I didn't want to advance my stream at all. Anyway, let's grab our coupons, because that could be something we want to put to use. And yes, when I say grab the coupons, I mean grab the coupons. He was right, 229 is nothing for the completionist event. You need 1,000. Okay, that's just a few more days of keeping that running, or just upping my production significantly. Sounds like a no-brainer to me, Nix. Well, I still don't want to buy the Cyber Wagon. I might buy the music, though. You know, we got a lot of points. Let's get it. Give me the boombox, the boombox, the boombox, boombox, and... well, the goat music is free. Sure, give it to me. I don't think I need any more of this. Salt the golden nut. I don't really want clear pipelines. That seems like not just not very useful for me, but it's probably going to clutter up the UX for switching between pipes. I don't want to have to double tap to get through clean Mark 1s. I do want lights, actually. I might want to incorporate lights in my bus design, so I'll pick up the flood tower. I think I'll see what the street light is all about. Can't imagine needing any of these. Foundations, huh? What are asphalt foundations made of? Applying to foundations and ranks to convert them. I'm not really sure that's necessary. Especially not for 4 coupons right there. I already have the see-through glass on the bottom, and I can't imagine I want more than that. What if I want arrow patterns, though? Yeah, go on. They're nice and cheap. Hard to go wrong with cheap. Number patterns? It's not unthinkable. Steel wall. I don't have the roof stuff available for this. Interesting. Don't think I want steel walls where I'm going. Foundation stair sets. Are you telling me I don't have stairs? I can't imagine I'd need this, but you know what? I'm going to take this. Inverted ramp. I could see a potential use for it. Steel framed windows. I find that very hard to believe that I would be needing that. I don't do much in the way of walls. Catwalks. Sounds cool, but no thank you. Unless I wanted catwalks on my bus. Seems a bit expensive what it is. I don't have roofs at all, and it said it wanted that as a prerequisite for something earlier, so I'll pick that up. Does that mean I can grab the other ones that we saw here? No, not until I buy the other one. Ada's going to have a field day telling me about these purchases. I don't want another coffee cup. I already bought that for Baron. Never again. The parts is an interesting one. We'll get back to that. Let's purchase what we've got here already first.
A fix-it engineer who specialized in robotics disappeared one day, leaving behind a mixtape and a highly advanced but inoperable robot. It would wake up whenever it was alone and play the mixtape, sending copies to fix-it employees under the name Joel Anderson. The robot eventually escaped with a machete, a factory cart, and a plastic bag filled with peach iced tea. I always admired that robot, so I kept the music.
There's a considerably larger floodlight than I was expecting. Given its footprint, the light that it gives is not particularly good. And this is at max intensity. It is pretty cool that you can change the intensity of it, though. But yeah, I'm struggling to see the utility of such a tiny amount of light. Especially for such a large footprint. That takes up a whole foundation square. No, thank you. Perhaps the ticky-taboo is to use the wall-mounted floodlight, which would, of course, need a wall to snap to, which I don't have. Okay, perhaps the lights are a waste of money. I'm not looking to build my beautiful Sims home in this experience. Got the inverted ramps. Not sure what use that'll be, but we have it anyway. Basic walls, side walls, and roofs, huh? Yeah, I struggle to see the utility of these, but we got them anyway. Plus, there are also other roofs available, right? Under Customizer? Somebody told me to try out the glass roof, so I'm going to give that a go. Tar roofs, metal roofs? I don't think so. So tell me, what can a man do with that roof? Also, where is the roof? Architecture. Ah, here we go. We can go for a glass roof. Only needs 2 silica and 3 concrete to build this glass roof. Could I use the glass roof as a glass floor? Is this elevating it at all? I'm not really looking for elevation. It is elevating it a touch. I quite like that, but I don't like how it's elevated. I can't help but feel it's going to cause me problems down the line. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know if that's elevating or not. Is it? Is it not? I think that's going into the glass. I don't think it's elevating. Don't know if there's a way to check that. Let's see how... Oh, well, good example might be to get rid of you two, have foundation here, and then do the same thing. Doesn't have a defined central point, which I suppose isn't so hot. That does look completely level, though. So it looks like I could use glass roofs as the floor. Using silica instead of steel is a pretty big deal. Because my alternative for the flooring on the foundation was Oh, crumbs, where is it? There was a foundation type. I think what it was you build the foundation and then you apply a style. You apply material pattern? Material... where's that steel glass floor? I'm certain there was a glass floor thing. We were playing around with it before. Why do I not see it now? Glass frame foundation. If it's under foundation, why do I keep not seeing it? I have no idea. It's in the arch. What? Oh, you mean it's in architecture. Aha, that makes a lot more sense. I do like how flush that is, but I cannot deny the use of materials. Plus, it makes it a little harder to do things on the underbelly, doesn't it? So, unfortunately, I will be spending the extra. Yeah, using 2 steel instead of 2 silica and 2 extra concrete as opposed to this. But I think I should stick to the glass foundation. Alright, we'll use glass foundation for what we're going to do then. That is the first of many things that I want to investigate. So, thank you, good night, and much love to these parts. Then how do I make sure I have glass foundation here? I guess I could just make it a blueprint and work from there. I think so, because I'm going to want to use this foundation for my building work. Actually, I'd rather use the more aesthetic one, but we can get to that. And then I want to use the glass-floored one for the bus, because it might be important what's coming under the bus. Probably will be important. But I can work around this using blueprints. The problem is my blueprint machine isn't very good. Yeah, we're currently stuck to 40 cubic meters. Or 40 meters cubed. 40 cubic meters, something different. And much smaller. I could have this here to work with, but what I'd far prefer is that we advance on. You see, there is this, the Blueprint Designer Mark III. I want it. Problem is, it's quite expensive. Requires something I've never even heard of. Requires my very limited time crystals. Requires my fix-it trigon. That of all things is not a problem. We have loads of trigons. So enjoy your trigons. But it needs fused modular frames and neural quantum processors. 100 neural quantum processors. Let's look at that first. That stuff requires things that I cannot possibly make right now, right? Yeah, there's a load of time crystals, supercomputers, tri-watsits, and is that water? I'm not sure. Looked like some kind of juice. Excited photonic matter. I don't even know what that is. Apparently the converter produces it. Wait, formed in the converter? Don't I use a converter? Don't I use a converter to make these ingots? Are you telling me this converter is backed up with excited water? It doesn't mention it as a byproduct. Maybe something else makes it. Yeah, It says it's just produced in the converter, but I have a converter making me ingots, and I don't remember it causing me issues. I might benefit going back and checking what the situation there. Where did I actually make the ingots, though? I don't remember. Now I remember. It was over here. We're gonna go and have a quick look at that, just in case it is making that photonic matter. That confuses me, because I don't know how that comes out. Or I could just make a converter here, but we'll go over there. It means I can look at my my factory from before. The point is, I'm not going to be making that stuff. Not right now, at least. Does that mean it's time for the hand-fed meta? No, surprisingly. Our hand-fed meta days are behind us. But spending 20 coupons on these? That is fine by me. Can't believe Ada isn't telling me that I live in this society. The other problem is that this thing needs fused modular frames, right? Isn't that just the case? Well, fortunately, when Jake was recovering from Wisdom Tooth Times, he decided to actually go and make a little setup for that, so we can just grab them and get them for this, because I want that blueprint machine. I don't care so much about spatial energy reduction, because these are not goods that are going to advance us right now. I care about getting my bus started, and a blueprint machine will help out splendidly for that. So let's go and deal with exactly that. It's a recipe without input. Really? Can I actually just build a converter? Can I just build a converter? I almost have the gubbins for it, but not quite, because I don't have radio control units. But we'll have a look at it. We'll go and check on our converter that's over there. You're ready to give me a launch, and I want to launch over to here. That's fine. We could see it en route. Whee! Yeah, this is great. Who even needs warp capacity when you've got this? Now, where was that? Yeah, this is where I grabbed my sulfur, which I use for the compacted coal, which I use for my energy generation. But we noticed coming along here that there's all this nitrogen. And I decided, let's just set this up while I'm idling anyway, and have this make me a whole bunch of fused modular frames. And that is nice and easy. How many did I need? 500, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Thank you, good night, and much love. Yeah, you can keep the others. That's ready to go in the dimensional uploader. I'm not fond of building things off stream, but I was in no position to be talking for a stream during that time. Alright, that's all well and good, but I want to have a look at that converter. So what's the story over there? That's pretty smart. You sure you didn't have more wisdom teeth installed? I'm quite sure, thanks. You know what? I bet I could use this to just turn myself over. I'm gonna hand it to this biofuel. It does have pretty good turning rate. And I want to go and have a look at that converter that I built over here. Who even built... Ooh, what's that? Is that a hard drive? An untouched hard drive? Wait a second. It was there and then it wasn't? Did I imagine that? There was something there as well. What is happening? Am I losing it? Alright, we can see our conversion stuff from here, I think. Yeah. This is what I did in my own time. And don't worry, this didn't take too long. I blueprinted it. Well, blueprinted some of it. It was quite soothing as I gurgled down the taste of blood to just make a whole load of circuits. I made circuits because, as best I could tell, it was the best increase in resources dumping value. Copper sheets into silica, copper sheets and silica into circuit boards. No need for schlooping. And out they go. It's actually just quite nice to see. Probably best not to look at the intricacies of this too much, because it'll probably give some people heart palpitations. But it works. See all those green lights? Those are the green lights of progress. Yeah, so maybe it was wisdom teeth going in, not out. Actual production and automation, yeah, but only for syncing. I didn't want to advance the factory. Not off stream. Don't think I learned anything from doing this. I just wanted something fairly brain dead to pass some time with. Don't get too excited about automation and production, though. It's not what we're seeing right now. Right now we're seeing brilliant plans. Well, at the very least, some kind of plan. Right, converter, tell me more. Kind of surprised this thing's still going. Oh, that's right, we dump, don't we? Do I dump the ingots or the fixed site? I dump the fixed site. I don't know how much it's worth to dump. It's probably not even worth the energy of operating this machine. Probably not, but if it's not running, then what's even the point? Yeah, Not that expensive, probably. Well, actually, with all this clock speed, it is rather expensive, isn't it? Am I sure I want this when I could just back up a huge amount of fixed site? It's fine. I'm sure energy is easy. Here we go. So if we want excited photonic matter, we just make it. There's no need for anything. Fascinating. Yeah, set up all the syncing so you can use the tickets to ignore automation. I'm glad you see the brilliance of my plan, Blarg. Okay, good. Wanted to check on that, but that was all the information we needed. We can go back, get our blueprints, and design the bus. Shouldn't be anything getting in the way of doing that now. I should really set up some kind of hypertube to get me back from here. This stuff is slow. I've got a hypertube just down there, though. What I could do, I suppose, is find the highest point that I have here and then set up a launch platform. An unpowered launch platform. That's the one. Launch belt. I mean, what do you take me for? A man that has resources to spare? Oh, that won't work, will it? Yeah, stops me dead on that. Let us try that once more with gusto. Whee! One of these days I'd like to advance to rocket fuel, but I will likely do that on the bus. Anything we don't already produce in significant quantities, I will make either on the bus or make to feed into the bus. For example, we definitely can't rely on our existing steel network. That stuff just pretty much makes to order and makes to fill up our little bits. How do the tier 6 belts look? Pretty cool, but they require an ingredient that we do not have easy access to right now, which is time crystals. I could buy time crystals, but I'm not going to buy time crystals for belt making. I would only use them to unlock stuff. We're taking a dive. Funny that our refueling can be done whilst underwater. What is this hand gesture thing you do to allow your character to fly? I'm just tapping spacebar. You see in the bottom left, there's this green jerry can. That is full of biofuel, and it is feeding into my jetpack right here. I switched out to my hover pack so I can just hover in place, but yes, this jetpack allows me to fly, but instead of flying, I'm just tapping it to hover. Hovering is fine if you already have momentum, so I launch myself either out of a hypertube or with a powerful belt, and then we just hover in place to cover a long distance. But I suspect it'll be even better if I get myself rocket fuel. Anyway, this power setup is quite nice, but if I want to meaningfully expand it, I don't want to do it manually again. I want to have it on a blueprint. We also haven't touched the MAM in a while. What's going on with the MAM? Absolutely nothing, because I need to finish this. Alright, I guess we're just getting all of the rest of the... what am I trying to say? We're trying to get all the rest of the recipes by now. Even the bolted garbage. I assume it's garbage. I mean, why would it not be? Got a lot of spare hard drives. I wonder if that's because of the bug that made hard drives reappear. Maybe they added more hard drives that one could possibly make use of. Who's to say? Whee! Take my Bezo shekels. I will happily take your Bezo shekels. Thank you, Chili. Chili blast chicken. I did pick up some chicken thighs at market today. They're going to meet soy sauce and brown sugar and become my delicious dinner, either tonight or tomorrow. This hovering won't get us all the way there. But what if... we could zoom tube! I don't think I needed to be back there for anything. Yeah, this is where some slightly better rocket fuel would probably come in handy, because I can't quite get the elevation I need to get up to my platform there. Oh well, let's do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way. You know what, it's probably faster just to glide up. No, well, this is pretty slow. Wait, I didn't... Oh my god, why does this keep happening? Sometimes pressing 1 on this screen makes you equip the item. Sometimes it doesn't. I thought that was kind of slow. Seems like they've got a hotkey that's being used for 2 different things. Maybe I could change that then. Maybe I could. Hold that thought. Options, key bindings. What's the number 1 used for? Because that's what I'm pressing. Number 1 is shortcut 1. Oh, okay. So it's not a key binding issue, it's a game issue. They're using shortcut 1 for 2 different overlapping actions. Early access, not even once. Think you can outright buy HDDs in the Awesome Shop now. Yeah, I did notice that here. It says you get a schematic, but it looks a lot like you just get 1 hard drive. For 100 tickets, that seems obscene, but I suppose if you cannot be ringed finding the final hard drives, that might be well worth it. Early access, set that once. I keep forgetting if it was Factory or RimWorld that I broke my early access rule on, but it only galvanized me. Anyway, point is, we've got the goodies, so take the goodies and launch that thing.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
Freaking Ada. I do love her, but freaking Ada. Alright, this is the next thing. I'm not even going to add it as a milestone because it's just going to take up some UI space for useless stuff. I suppose it could be done, but for what purpose? I see no use for a singularity cell or a warp drive until I've pretty much done automating everything else. However, I definitely see use in our brand new blueprint machine that I can't make. Why can't I make this? We're missing neural quantum... Oh my god. Okay, well, that's what we've got awesome tickets for. Should have stood to reason that I would require something to build it after using it for the unlock. Almost like the game is telling me to do something, like automatically create the goods that I need here, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I will, however, put you into the Dimensional Depot, and what I'll do is I'll keep this area as my design area. You know, we got our awesome sink for our tickets, our little shop, our hobby home, our elevator, our cannon to get away. This is kind of dead space for the bus that I can use for personal needs, and personal needs includes design. Yes, design. Whoa, this takes up all of the space, doesn't it? I love this H ability. Press H. Nudge things as you need. It'd be nice if you were a little closer. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. Really like the way things get built in this game. That feels like a lot of space. Is it conventional wisdom to put down a foundation when building things, or is it generally better to just not have foundation? Probably not, right? Foundation is easy to place, but it would be a pain to remove if I made it part of the building work. Yeah, besides, it already shows me all the spaces that we have around here. So I reckon the first thing we want to do is make a foundation for our building works. It depends on the blueprint, I see. Alright, blueprints, talk to me. Launch belt, hyper thing. I made this little 8 constructor. Limited by space, but this seems like a good generic thing to have for whenever I need to have my constructors working. But consider that... Wait, I can place blueprint stuff in blueprint place? Ooh. Then I could make it larger than 8 by 8. Cool. But this 5x5 foundation I can probably do away with. So, or rather, I could load the 5x5 foundation. Donk. Wait, what did it just tell me? Oh, you cannot load them if it was made in a smaller size. Interesting. But not concerning, because I can just take the one I have and dunk it right down, surely. Get it tucked away right in the corner. In you go. And then we make you ever larger. And there we go. Very basic 6x6. 6x6 foundation. That's caps lock, Jake. That is still caps lock for some reason. Concrete. Why don't I just say 6x6 concrete? It's pretty obvious that it's going to be foundation. Nah, you never know when these things end up being a bit of a pain. And I should put in an image for it. Is it that? Is it that? It's not shiny. That one's just twice as thick as what I'm looking for. This should be perfect. Why is there not the shorter foundation piece? Is it because I'm already using it? That wouldn't make any sense. I guess it's not a big deal, but where's the 1 meter foundation? And it's not that one, because that one's shiny. It shouldn't be shiny. I don't know, but maybe I shouldn't care so much. Alright, save that blueprint, and escape doesn't close that window for some reason. Blueprint, 5x5 foundation, you are to be gone. So there's an edit button, we go here, we go remove, confirm, and then apply. That's a lot of extra steps. I maintain this game's UX is kind of dreadful. It works, no question about it, but you have to do about 5 actions to do something that should be done in 1 or 2. Right, goodbye, you. And it tells me I can't load this, but I can still place it down and we'll be okay. So let's keep that. As for this, what else do I want? I want the same thing, but I want it in the see-through bottom blueprint. So if I apply the... Oh, what was it called? Was it window? It was glass, wasn't it? No, not glass, roof. How have I forgotten this? We just did it moments ago. I want to have the glass foundation. Maybe I can't apply it as a style. Maybe I just have to delete what's here and rebuild. That's no big bad thing, though. Clear the blueprint designer. Again, escape won't close this window for some reason. And I want glass frame foundation, despite the cost. And make no bones about it, I am unhappy about the cost. But it's a good sign that I'm going to need to automate steel in a much bigger, better manner. I love that being see-through. And this will be 6x6 glass foundation. And surely we can get glass here. Hey. Easy money. Excuse me. I'm allergic to automation, you see. Body can't handle it. Right, where's the bus going to start? This is going to be the area for building. This is where the bus is going to be. I want to be able to emerge from my home and make a decision between factory and busing. So let's go. Pressing 0 doesn't bring up my blueprints anymore because there's an old blueprint there. Is that right? Yeah. So if I go blueprint and I go this and make that Or rather make you 0. Couldn't I do better than that? Those foundations are probably something I'm going to put down a fair amount of. Probably one more than the other. So if I make you 0 and you 9, then I can do it like this. Why does that blueprint join like that? Ah, because some of these are 5x5s, right? Okay, don't worry about that. Just nudge it over to the correct position. Is that correct enough? Not quite. There we go. Congratulations, we live in a society, etc. It certainly does cost me steel, so probably best to build these faster. I'm also going to need power around here. I'm starting to think, wouldn't it be beneficial to have power? No, power doesn't auto-connect, does it? If I had the audacity to link power onto these, the game would throw a hissy fit, right? But it would be nice to have more power at the ready so that I can dance around easier. And I do love to dance. And then on top of that, I should have regular foundation over here. I don't really like the concrete look anymore, but again, we can change that if the need arises later on. So again, I have been told many times busing is a bad idea, but you should know that's a great way to make me do something that I shouldn't do. Looks like I'm fairly limited in how much of this I can expand by before the dimensional vortex runs a little thin. That's okay though. Actually, couldn't I upgrade the dimensional vortex space at this point? I might be able to. Where's my MAM, and why don't I keep a MAM over here? I might need to start building some of the stuff I had back at the old base over here. And the MAM is one of them, although I can't imagine needing an equipment workshop where I'm going. You never know, do you? Yeah, the illusion of choice. Yeah, surely by now I can do almost everything. Oh, that needs singularity cells, but surely I could do this. 23 Mercer spheres, and I have 72. I think I could make use of some of those. And some of that was SAM fluctuators. How many SAM fluctuators? Oh, all of them. I guess so. I wonder if I have SAM going into the dimensional toilet. I don't. Ooh. Okay, well, that's yet another thing to automate. Alright, let's up this one, shall we?
Dimensional expansion finalized to 500%. Despite further efforts, parts could not be broken down further than their elementary particles, nor could the storage become more dense without the particles spontaneously reacting with one another and losing their deconfined state. Yet somehow more matter can now be stored in the same dimension.
We sang our growth song because we like your shallow efforts. Up and down our shallow illusion, up and down disappear in the deep.
That is very thoughtful, I think. I appreciate the attempts at sharing scientific knowledge, however perhaps we should wait until we have a more optimal way of exchanging data.
Yeah, I don't like Ada talking to this this new alien thing. Never liked them that much. Guess I could finish off the Caterium research as well. I should have all of this stuff available. Let's just chew through all of this that we can. So what are we going to need? Steel and AI bits. I can handle that. I want me that steel beams. I need my AI limiters. I believe I needed the high-speed connectors, although I don't know how many. And there was probably some other stuff in there. Just want to hear Ada's voice, of course.
Power switch unlocked. Fixit is proud to announce that the power switch facilitates power grid management through the application of the very latest advances in on-off switch technology. Fixit. It's fun to have power.
I'm glad you got my back, Ada. Let's see, we also need quick wire, rifle ammo, and the heavy things. Heavy things, quick wire, and do I even have rifle ammo in here? No. No, I don't. Could I very quickly make some rifle ammo? How does one make rifle ammo? I think we have smokeless powder set up. Do we? It feels like something I don't have set up. But you don't need a lot of it to make this. Do I have smokeless powder? Is that set up? Wow. I can't believe I was thinking ahead. I believe it also required some copper sheeting, and I'm going to need to make you in an assembler. Tonk. I need rifle ammo, please. Take everything you need, because it's not exactly a cost question. There you go. Alright, so while that gets made... Buy! I'm not going to waste my tickets. What are you made of, Proto? Not tickets, that's for sure.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure. Programmable splitter unlocked. This upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
I'm not sure I understood that one. You offered me a smart... Oh, you made my smart splitter better, perhaps. Maybe. No, this looks the same as before. What exactly did I just get out of that? Programmable splitter. Oh, right, perhaps there's a different item altogether. In what way is this programmable? I guess in the idea that one side can take multiple goods instead of just one. So does that just make you all round better? I guess it is just a better version of the smart splitter, but it's also considerably more expensive. Yeah, sushi belt tech. I'm not one for sushi belting in the first place, though. I'll just have you finish off what you're doing there. At least I can shove that into the dimensional toilet in case I need more rifle ammo down the line, although hard to imagine that.
Homing rifle ammo unlocked. This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone, even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and/or kitten.
I'm a little insulted that you think that's what I imagine it is, Ada. I could get synthetic power shards already if I'm willing to invest in some time crystals. Am I willing to invest in some time crystals, though? This requires nuclear stuff and a lot more things that I don't have. And I'm not sure I care about these either. Explosives, and... Okay, I will want ionized fuel, but I'm going to need something else for that. Could I just buy some time crystals? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious about how I make these synthetic slugs. We can make our vegan power sources. So much so that I'm willing to buy these time crystals, though. They're not cheap, but at least you get 200 a pop. Give me a bunch of these. What's the point in having tickets if we don't spend them anyway? Thank you, Ada. Also, I like having things around here. Using this color scheme. Black and red is good. Oh, right, I need my quartz. Which we do automate. Excellent. Oh, I don't doubt they're easy to make, but I don't have it set up for making. It's crystals, right? Crystals into time accelerate. No, we have different ways of doing them. No, we have different ways of doing crystals. Whatever. We've done.
Research completed. Synthetic power shard recipe unlocked. Exchanging regular exercise and filtered fresh air with automation is just the kind of progress Fixit likes to see.
Okay. But we love our hand feeding. Also, I didn't actually want to delete that. I'm just too used to the situation of if I have a mam, delete the mam. There we go. You can stay there. If there's anything we need to do down the line, you can gingawa. I want my goods back. And I suppose what I can also do is shove things into the cruncher if I end up with too much garbage in my inventory. Steel probably not being something that I could call garbage at this point. And certainly not my time crystals. In fact, I should store them in the toilet. Because I do not have those automated whatsoever. Cue people saying he has anything automated. Don't think I have you automated either. Certainly don't have computers automated. That's something I should really get around to. At this point, I'm sad to say that these leaves and bits of wood are no longer all that necessary, so we're just going to shove them in. And not even to the toilet. And I believe I said that I did have that automated, and away go the Mercers as well. There we go. Nice clean inventory. So nice to have the inventory system largely taken care of. After so much trouble with it in the early game. I was so close to just putting in a mod for it. Okay, so with that researched, what do we do here? I need to start thinking about how this bus actually looks. So the bus starts here. How is it going to work? I imagine that resources come up through a chute here, and then go along a line. I'll start building some things, see what works, and then blueprint them so I can copy-paste them. So first and foremost, I love buffers, so it stands to reason that I should start with a storage container. How much space am I going to need? I'll leave myself a couple bits of space. Slam it right in the middle. Right in the middle. That way things can come up and get fed in here. And then out of this, it has to go down a line. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that a single line, even on top tier, will be enough. Also, I don't have top tier enough. Nor do I think I want to use the bottom of this, because I want space along the bottom so that we can come off of the belt. So we need things raised up. Hang on, we got a thing for that. This is probably going to be like pulling teeth for people that know this game inside out, but hey, you know what you're getting into. And since space is virtually infinite, there's little reason not to just give myself a lot of space. Even so, how much space is needed between these? How much space is worth giving these? It's probably worth considering that I can make this up to 6 long. You're already in the middle of one of these. I certainly want power where I'm going here. Let's drag power along. Guess I can just slam power along the center here. That seems nice and easy. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but I did do that. How did that happen? I must have pressed 1 at some point when here. I'm very bad at doing that. Overwriting my existing hot things. Right. Is there any problem in having a Mark III coming down here? Do I even want Mark III? I could have it in the floor. I think Mark III is a good idea. Besides, we're not going to have a ton of them. And I do want it coming down in a central location, right? Seems fine. So you're going to come out... Hang on, this doesn't make much sense, right? It goes from 2 to 3. What's the way to support this? Also, what's the best way to split this? I know we can bring this thing in even with one and then split it out to two, but how many of these do I want coming down? A multiple of 3 seems most logical, given that that's the way splitters and mergers work. And if I wanted to split off a set amount, taking off bit, dip, dip, and then shoving it into a single splitter seems like the easiest way to balance what I take off. And this is actually a point where I might want to care about balancing. Then again, if I just have two coming off here, 2 into 2, then how would I multiply that? Maybe just do it by the 2s. Because that way, if I need to expand, it's not such a big deal to just throw another one on top, have another bit feeding in, and then it all comes along here. But how do I balance a belt? I guess it doesn't have to be balanced. Well, I do want it to be balanced. Also, what's the ratio for the belts coming in? See, if I have 1... that's not a nice multiple of this, is it? 2 of that's 2,400. But 3 of this is less than that? Can 2 of these go into 3 of these? 780 times 3 is slightly less. So yeah, 2 of the top tier ones can split out to 3 of those. But then how does it get split here? You can do buff split. Yeah, I do plan on doing that, but what I want to do first is make a design. I'm just trying to think how this even splits here. Yeah, I'm thinking 2 Mark 6s could feed into this and then split into Mark 5s. But what if I need even more coming in? Then I come out the Mark 6s. My main concern is how do I split this into 3? 2 into 3, huh? What an unthinkable solution. Another idea is, don't worry about that yet, because surely we can have that in the future. How in the world do I split this into 3? Hang on, we have vertical splitting now, don't we? Thing is, I can't just take half of that and go up to top, because then, well, it won't be balanced perfectly, but it'll still be balanced. The mind boggles. Here's another question. Can I attach a splitter directly onto you? What a disaster. And I certainly can't attach it onto you. But I could potentially have it split so it goes up to top. Do I even want this coming out as a 3? I could just have it come down as a 2. That wouldn't be the end of the world. And if I need to make something more complicated, then... Alright, let's try this first and foremost. We have these coming out, and all is relatively well. And then we have this coming out. Why are these Mark 3s? Mark 3 is not what I'll be doing. Might finally be time to take Mark 3 off of my hotkey or a hot thinger and exchange it for Mark 5s. How far can this go? This can go plenty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 with room to spare. Good. Dead center. And if you come along and feed into there, then all is well. Don't know why it says there's clipping. We're not making the clipper factory here. This is not Victoria. So this all comes down along here, tickety-boo. If I really, and I mean really needed to split this into another line here. Oh, that's too high. This thing's higher than I thought. I think I made this one level higher than I wanted. Would explain why it was so hideous coming up there. Nope. This container does not function as an equal splitter. It favors one output, the one you connect first, when the input rate is slower than the output rate. Really? I thought for sure it was going to be a splitter. Thanks for the information, though. Even so, like 2 level 6s coming out this should serve as a nice splitter regardless. But what I could do in this situation, let's say I really wanted to spread into 3, could I do such a thing with relative ease? This might not be enough space to easily split this off. Yeah, not with the way this stuff's going to move, is it? For example, if I wanted a merger here, well, actually, what in the world is stopping me just having splitter, splitter, curve over to you, curve over to you. Doesn't even quite infringe on the next belt over, and I bet it would look neater if it were spread over. Of course, the central belt is getting pound for pound 1 full bit of input as opposed to these 2, but if this was coming out at full speed into that, this would still happily make it split. As long as it was saturated on the input, the output would be fine like this. Although what we take off of the belt down the line would be a different story. But this is very scalable, right? If I wanted more, I could shove you up top here. And then it just keeps going, going, going. Alright, I'm satisfied enough with that. And this is quite good because, let's say I set this up, and I don't actually need or want all of this. If I just pull off of one line, it's still going to get everything coming through just fine out of the buffer. Yeah, and then if the other ones start getting taken, then it becomes more of an issue, but that's an issue for future, Jake. Could I could I balance it before we get to this point? Should it be balanced before that point? Do we care enough to balance before that point? I'm unsure. Another question is, do I want to split this? As in, give myself more space between them, because it's kind of hard to see. Nah, making it twice as wide seems like a fool's errand. And I'm not for being a fool. Okay. How does one 3D print this, blueprint this, by the way? I think the blueprint should just be foundation with the bits coming out the back, or rather, foundation with the bits going forward. Perhaps don't put a buffer at the start. It's more of a liability than a help. I like buffers. It's also a good way to quickly check and see if I'm actually running out of something. Yeah, I think my love of buffers is going to overwrite any smart thinking there. Would these belts just be for the raw ores? I don't think I'd ship up raw ore here. Is there any ore that isn't just used for smelting? Because I think my smelting should be done off-site. Because I would almost exclusively be using pure smelting. Can't imagine wanting to do any of the other kinds. And the pure smelting is just water, which is always available. So we think iron ore, copper ore. Yeah, again, just get smelted. Forget the transformation stuff we do. I can't imagine doing that. Yeah, busing will be... I do think we'll be using the ingots for on the bus. The ingots can be used for a lot of different things once they're up here. I wouldn't want to make that all off-site and then move it over here. That said, the ingots usually condense down. So it does mean that I'm going to be choking myself with a lot of ingots coming up here. But if I bring lots of ingots, I have a lot to play with. So that's okay. Even for smelted ore, it's somewhat insanity just by virtue of quantity needed. I would argue that not a lot of quantity is needed. As long as it's automated with the infinite resources, we can have whatever. Alright, do I even want to make this automagically? Probably. Probably. Okay, let's... I'm still a little torn about the not having this stuff balanced first. Especially knowing I might not need the central belt here. Computers, power belts. Okay, I'm in Hungary. Electricity's cheap here. Oh, when making a blueprint that doesn't need the whole space, I wonder what's best. There's no center line to do here, is there? Oh well, guess we'll be finding out. Better to make a separate balancer blueprint. Now we're thinking. Yeah, if I just had a separate balancer blueprint that had all this set up and then I delete the lines, that's probably for the better. Okay, very good. Very good. I wonder if it'll snap into place. Well, that's okay. We're going to be learning here. Well, I'm going to be learning. You might already know. So in this case, it's kind of nice when it goes towards the computer. That way I know what's what. Why is this not snapping? Guess I never realized it, but this thing is smaller than the foundation. Anyway, as long as the arrow's down the center way, it's all good. You go there, and then you feed into some raised bits. Of course. Raised bit on the center, up 1, up 2, up 3. How did I accidentally make it too large last time? And then you're coming out at Mark 5 speed. I want these doing curved ways. I like to stick to default wherever possible. Default doesn't betray me quite so much. And that seems like a simple enough starty bit, but maybe I don't want this part here. No, I think I do, because the follow-up bits won't have that. Alright, so what do we just call this then? We'll see if this works for us. So this is bus buffer. Huzzah. And a quick test to see that bus buffer is something I can throw in here willy-nilly. Why does that not line up at all the way I wanted it to? Oh, right, because I tried to line it up with my existing one. No. What it should be doing is lining up so that the front bit is centered there. And that looks pretty centered to me. And then from there, if I wanted more, which I may or may not. Let's see, how would we do this? I can do it with a blueprint connection, but that's... Wait, what? Why does it come together like that? One answer might be already have it blueprinted to have loads of them side by side. Hard to go wrong with that. Four by four balancing is nice and easy. But I have to ask myself, do I even want these balanced? At least I think I've given myself plenty of space here if I do want to balance. Yeah, stuff comes in. Maybe even just 2 to 2 is fine for a good while, but I'll leave myself with superfluous lines if we want to put them to use. It snaps on the foundation blueprint. Well, here's what I'm thinking. I'll add them here. That looks pretty stellar. knew that was going to move along. There we go. So if we call this the starting point. Don't want to make these mistakes early on, because heavens knows I'll be paying for them if I do. If I want to change anything later on. I mean, mistakes will get made. No escaping it. We're not in blueprint mode. We're not in auto-connect mode, just default it. Although once this is placed, it probably could be blueprint connected. I think it has different blueprints that it wants to snap to, doesn't it? It certainly does. I love this nudge ability. Oh, that's so good. And now we have vertical nudge, which some people think is a horrible mistake. Not me, though. Okay. Which means you are no longer fitting in with the rest. You do not belong here, monster. Of course, now I can't really build a single one of these, but that's okay. I shouldn't have to build single ones of these going forward. Can't think that this shouldn't exist either, but we're about to build a new one. Build it anew. I never expected to delete what I'm staring at when I do that. It's cursed, but curses are needed in life sometimes. Yeah, just ask Ironclad, why is this not lining up? Because I nudged the whole thing forward by accident. That's funny, it didn't look like I did. I did on these ones. Easily solved. In fact, it's even easier than doing this kind of thing in Factorio, because now I don't have to wait for my bots to rebuild everything. See, sometimes a bit of manual love is good. I'm not about to discover something like I've built them the wrong way around, am I? Am I? Sure looks like it goes out that way and in this way. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. We demand yet more. Those are Mark V's, right? Good. But bots are cute. They do make cute little noises, but they also like to set themselves on fire. Which I'm not happy with, and there's still not really a solution to that. If you have a flame defense and your bots need to go and repair the wall, they will sit in the flame, burn to death whilst fixing that wall. And then they try and fix each other, but then they get stuck in the flames and there's more needing fixed. Oh, it's a disaster. Right, enough of you. Let's clear this out. And then it goes into storage here, right? What's the point of this storage? Does storage get used when I build something else? Possibly. Right, now to keep things simple, stupid. I desire just a length of... well, a triple length of belt. But I want it to be 6 units long. Can I even do such a thing? I guess so. Might make it harder to align to the floor bit. So I might be making myself a bit more work down the line than I'd like. It doesn't have to be 6 units long, though, does it? I can keep it nice and simple by having it a little shorter. There's no big downside to that I can think of. Try to figure out the auto-connect to blueprint function. Yeah, I was thinking they'd auto-connect to each other here, but it might be a clever thing to auto-connect it to the foundation. And if I do that, they're going to auto-connect at this stage, which is not quite what I'm looking for. Not unless this was brought forward. Although they would auto-connect going forward from there, it still leaves me with this manual bit of work here. But then doesn't the auto-connect part in the 1.1 update cover that? Not snapping, auto-connecting, it's a different thing. Ah, right, well, I do want to see if that's going to work for me. In that case, couldn't I just have it run along like here? No, I'd want it to run back a bit. Maybe I could be a bit more gung-ho on using the elevated bits. I can put one here, and have the belts run along and then see how it connects. I'll give that a go. I really have not used blueprinting much so far. And a big part of the reason why I didn't really want to was knowing that there is this better blueprint machine that, you know, I'd like, but I can't access until late game. So it makes you feel like investing time in doing this work. Right, that's it. I am finally changing away. Changing away from Mark 3 as standard to Mark 5 as standard. Don't even know why I have a 2 set up for this anymore. Right. So you would go from hither to dither. And again. And everything going towards where the computer on the blueprint factory is. Alright. I don't know if that's going to be a good enough distance, but we'll find out in short order. Maybe I should have done it right to the edges here. In fact, come to think of it, why didn't I? This is, frankly, much too short. All of this Gingawa. One, two, three. I was told that the developers are apparently quite militantly against blueprinting, although I don't know how much of that I believe. Maybe at some point I'll go back and read all the dev diaries of this game. Should be an interesting read now with my advanced super knowledge of the game. Is it still worth making a small blueprint with some smelters and constructors early game? Oh, it is. It saves a lot of connecting belts manually. Most likely, but it's hard to know how to do that kind of stuff when you're starting out newly in a game. Or at least I thought it was. Right, you there. This is bus belt. Mark 5 times 3. And this should probably just have the Mark 5 belt. Simple as. And let's go and see if we can make this thing work for us. Seconds per frame, more than frames per second if you use the mods that allow really big blueprints. Yeah, I wanted to run through this game without mods, which is what I've done. Alright, now if you were on blueprint mode, we can have blueprint auto-connect. Interesting. But wait, why is this off-center? I actually don't know what that's snapping to. Looks like a bunch of things it wants to snap to. Anyway, never mind that. I'm just looking for regular auto connection. So how do you even do that? What kind of auto connection is that? Okay, that's better. Pretty good even, actually. Ooh, what just happened? I wanted to say yes and it said no. Could I just keep you there, please? Keep you there, nudge you back one. That looks pretty ideal for what I want. And now, what if I wanted to blueprint auto-connect and have you run along here? I could almost do that, but I want to make this a 6 wide one, right? Okay, it seems to connect fine. So I want to do that, but I want to have it as a 6 wide one. Okay, I'll probably leave that one there, or else the 6s won't line up with the other ones. First you connect, then you place... Ah! That makes a lot of sense. Perhaps too much sense. Alright, now this I certainly don't want connecting to diddly squat. I just want to place it down. Make sure it is completely in line. I hope Ada's watching and is very proud of what I'm doing here. Feels good to do something manually only once. Also feels bad to put these the wrong way around. I didn't have the perspective to see that I was aiming the wrong way there. God, I love the nudge. Right, there we go. Now we got a belt. Now we got a bus. Bus in 3D. Just save that over the old one. I happily confirm. Why does escape not close this window? Has that never worked? Alright, so this I want on super duper auto connecty. Looking good. Ew. It gets rid of my lock in place there. Making it pretty hard to re-aim. Pretty hard is not impossible. Alright, that looks pretty good. And now if I have it on Blueprint Auto Connect, surely I can just snap it right into where it was-ish. Okay, kind of. I think it is snapping very nicely to my existing foundation below. The problem is that I've got this one extra on the side, which I should have disposed of. But that can also be dealt with, because all I need to do is delete this blueprint, delete that blueprint, delete one of these guys at the end, and then everything should actually match up accordingly. You have 2 extra, really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Wow, why do I have 2 extra? Well, that's okay. I can just delete 2 of them. Away you all go now. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the bum that the stuff is offset here, but this should work out fine. I mean, riddle me why it wouldn't. Oh man, that is... Why? That's just a little bit... Oh, no, there we go. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. I don't like how it's repositioning itself, but it's so good. Sound of progress. Thought I wasn't connecting up for a moment, but it seems to be a-okay. quite like these to connect together considerably better, if you don't mind. Maybe I should have had my foundations here also include power cables, but it's no big deal. That's probably not a big deal. It's okay. I'm sure at some point soon I will automate the creation of these high-speed doohickey things. And how far along are we with you? Right here-ish. Damn it, the floor is lava. Actually, maybe that should be part of my foundation. See the little 6x6s? I put connected power lines on the edges of each of them. That's not going to get in the way of anything, and it will allow me to continue to move around nice and easily. I like that. Doesn't have to be Mark IIIs either. Oh, but won't they overlap pretty badly? What's the solution to that, then? If I wanted the power to already be in the blueprint connected up, they don't auto-connect power lines, do they? Yeah, how do you make a tessellating powered foundation? Genuine question there, I'd love to know, because I'd love to automate the power grid. Power lines will not auto-connect, okay. That's not very good, but I believe I was told that before. Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar in my head. Alright, this is all well and good. How do we actually get started with the bus? Let's start something very, very common and easy. How do I get the goods over here, bring it off, process it, and feed it back into the bus? So I imagine very basic stuff is I'll have iron ingots here, copper ingots here. And I'm under no illusions that this is going to be enough for iron ingots, but I can always go blonk. Hold on, can I go blonk? Let's explore that idea before we get ahead of ourselves. I feel like I can go blonk. Because I could just have this on here additionally. And then this could feed into that. Seems simple enough. Kinda wish I'd made just a single one of these as a separate blueprint. I don't get blueprint folders, do I? Maybe. Add category. Ooh. So I can have the single-use ones and the not-so-single-use ones. I could also split foundation and other things. Okay, something to consider in the super space future. I really doubt you'll need that much throughput for most of the lines. Yeah, me too. But consider this. Probably going to play more of this game once I'm done with this long play. Seems like that kind of situation. And if I end up, you know, really, really deep into it, I'm probably going to want the throughput for most things. Anyway, let's try and sort out some super basic stuff, though. I'm going to want the goods coming up here. But how does a man do that? This is a long way up for a lot of goods, ignoring the horrors of getting fluids up here. How do we get non-fluids? Oh, there's a good question. Where do fluids feed into all of this? I could have fluids going underneath. That's not unthinkable. That is absolutely not unthinkable. Could even have a little gap here. Could do a gap. Is there a way to put a gap that I can go through? Just put a hole in something? I don't think so. Yeah, trying to see in my head where the pipes would even fit into this. If I put them ground level, that's going to get in the way of these coming along. I might be able to put pipes along here, but then that gets in the way of things being split. I would need kind of like a dedicated piping area. So just part of the bus, but for pipes only. And that's no big deal to just have over here. What are all the different fluids and how many of them am I going to need coming along here? I'll probably need quite a lot of water. Definitely don't want to do any ore smelting or steel up here. But water is still needed for a bunch of other things. It's also a byproduct that I'm going to need to consider being fed back in here. I'll get rid of these for now. So that I have an easy way underground or under here. Need to be a little bit careful that I don't fall into the nether here. See, I'm a bit far away from everything. And it's going to be awkward if I go, say, here and then lose my connection. Doesn't answer any of my questions, though. What do I do here? Could make a large wall for goods to feed their way up through. But that can also be done just by adding holes in here. I put holes where the goods come all the way up. I have plenty of goods even in the near vicinity. It is indeed a distance. I would go at one level on the conveyor. It's easier to pull off a splinter and lift to floor. I would go one level on the conveyor. The conveyor. I don't know what you mean. Wonder if I could have the pipes come along an upper part here without getting in the way of too much. Yeah, that should get less in the way of things being on the floor, but it does mean it's a little harder to line pipes up at this level. There's nothing to nice and easily snap to. He means building your machines at pipe bus level. Have your belts bus floor one level above. Oh, so instead of having machines here, I mean having them up here. So elevating the factory area, huh? If you want to pull off the belt, it's easier if the first belt is 2 up instead of 1. Yeah, I'm fine with how it is right now. I'm fascinated by the idea of raising the factory a bit. Because, yeah, the struggle of where exactly the pipes go is concerning me now. There's enough clearance for a pipe coming along here, no problem. And yeah, you know, pipes and belts can be pulled off. That's no biggie. So yeah, I guess I could just have a dedicated bit for water or other fluids over here. And they just get fed underneath this. That's no big deal. That's no big deal at all. I'm certain I'm making a lot of problems for myself. But that's okay. Solving problems feels good. 2 up would mean the lowest belt can use lifts to get to the floor. If they're only 1 up, it has to be a sloped belt, which takes up more horizontal room. Ah, I see exactly what you mean. Yeah, because I wanted to split something off here and bring it down. It's a splitter and then... Yeah... hardly seems like a huge deal, though. The problem is if I wanted to balance pulling things off here, then it becomes a bit more of an issue. I guess the issue here is that if I wanted to do that, that's not so possible. Or is it? It's not really glass, you see. That's illegal. Just because you don't like it doesn't make it illegal. There's a floor and wall access points for lifts in the shop, I think. I believe I already have that. But I don't think it would snap quite as nicely as this. I don't want to redo what I've just done, so I'm going to cope with what I have here and work with it. See, the moment we start actually pulling things off, we're going to run into these problems and solve them, no doubt. For now, I actually just want to run into them and solve them. So what we need to do is start bringing things up. We'll start really basic. Bring up iron and bring up copper. Brings up the question of how do I bring up, though. I suspect I'm going to want the holes in the floor. Conveyor hole. Can I have them like this? Well, that seems quite simple from the get-go, although I'd probably want these to be Mark 6 for what's coming in. But without time crystals automated, that Mark 6 upgrade's probably going to have to wait. Unless I want to make a beeline for automating time crystals. They are called time crystals, right? Well, I'm not going to find them here, am I? Time crystals. Very, very easy to automate, actually. Might be an early automation thing. Yeah, look at that. Just need a converter cranking these things out. Does it slowly, though. 6 a minute, and I need these for making belts? I suppose the earlier we make them, the more we're going to have. Requires diamonds. There's no way I'm building a particle accelerator for this. Oh, but look, converter can do pink diamonds as long as I just bring in coal and quartz crystal. And quartz crystal is denser than quartz, so I don't necessarily have to bring up raw quartz. Raw quartz is used for silica and the quartz crystals. So yeah, I wouldn't bring up raw quartz. I'd make silica and I'd make... Oh wait, hang on. Silica is less dense. Interesting. You know what an addiction's like, Kalpa. Except this isn't an addiction, of course. Yeah, making it pure, needing water, tells me that I guess I'll just be bringing up the quartz crystal and the silica here. It's not like I'll need both of those in high order, so let's not worry about that so much. I'd love to color these accordingly, but perhaps we can do that later. For now, I need to figure out how exactly this stuff gets up here. And how does it get up here? Also, can I actually fly around here? Or is that illegal? Oh, it's barely legal. But that's still legal enough. Kind of very, very slow to elevate here, though. I will need to sort out a proper power structure. Best way to bring this stuff up, then. Oh, there's another thing that needs to change. When I build my conveyor belts, they need to be the good stuff. Better than this stuff, that's for sure. Yoink, yoink. So I guess I could just lower them down as much as possible and have them fed in. I probably won't do railway things. I know I alluded to doing that before. But I'm not seeing that as a thing that's going to be happening at this rate. Man, these are nice and cheap. It only costs aluminium, which I already have automated. I guess my problem is this can't be blueprinted. So there's going to be a lot of manually building these things. That doesn't appeal, but at least they're kind of build once and forget, at least until I need to upgrade them. But I would want them brought down to a kind of delivery area. I wonder if using vehicles is even something worth considering for all of this. You can stretch conveyors to any heights if you start from the bottom and aim for a floor hole. Really? Really? Does this extend out or cause me problems? Yes. What kind of blueprint connection is that? One that'll do. It needs to be started from the correct point on the bottom, but your foundation grid looks like it matches top and bottom. Yes, see, moments like this are why am I moving so fast? Zippity. Okay. Do I always normally move that fast, or am I going insane? This guy had his ready break. Okay, pretty hard to judge where the correct position is, but if I have you here, it'll make it easier to know. So, oh golly gosh. You think that maybe from here I can get it all the way up to the hole, but it would need to be started from the right position. Wow. Wait, what? That doesn't look right, does it? In fact, it looks very wrong. I don't know what I'm looking at, and I don't know if I like what I'm looking at. Feels like it's off by one. And it is off by one because it was tighter, but still, look at that. Look at that. If we just have you guys absolutely smoochykins together, we can do this the way God intended. This isn't abuse, Kalpa, it's use. That is excellent, though, because I don't like this whole back and forthing thing that it does on the way up. Oh, yeah. That is good. That is really good. So I can do away with this and just have that. More to the point, if I have these aligned top and bottom, I could build from top to bottom and then bottom to top. It wouldn't actually be that much manual overhead. Much better than doing this nonsense. I like it. I like it a lot. It's okay, I have full health. I won't die, even if I'm killed. Yeah, this is definitely a feature, right? Oh, that's right. There were no holes here to snap to, nor would I want any, unless I wanted to feed from a hole. But there's no need for it, because it already lines up perfectly with the bit I've made here. Oh, wow. Oh, yes. This is cooler than cool. To infinity and beyond. This is great, because I was worried about this in terms of manual setup for the boss. Some people said making the Sky Factory would cause problems like this. The problem was them having their ideals challenged. Oh, yes! Oh, now I really want to feed this thing. Is this how Pierce Brosnan feels? Okay, right. So now we want to start smelting some iron and bringing it over here. People always find problems with the on-screen artworks of Superior Minds. Yeah, funny. I'm not finding any problems with your Factorio playthrough alpha. Okay, right. Now that we have some of the moving pieces, we need to get smelting. We can worry about fluids later. Closest place that I can start a smelter. Now, here's a bit of a problem. I have iron right here, but there's a perfect place for smelter array here. I think it's better to start small. We can always feed in more iron if needed. Plus, we got this whole body of water here. I've got a geyser that I should really be putting used to. Yeah, let's make our little smelter fun, shall we? Whee! Oh, I really don't think I'd use packagers. Packagers don't seem to have the flow that a man needs. If I were to bring packaged water up, yeah, I could do it by bringing it up by that, but I don't like the rate here. So you make 120 water a minute. That's the equivalent of 1 pump machine? Well, is that even that bad? Because that's just one machine doing that. And the thing is, I could shove the empty canisters back down for even more of it. There are power demands associated with this, but there's no actual material demands because you get the canisters back. You do package water slower than you unpackage it, but I think this is not a bad idea. What's the power cost of a packager anyway? My fudge packer here costs 10 megawatts. I could underclock them, of course, but doesn't even have a very big footprint. Why not just use the water on the lower level? Because pumping it up is going to be a pain in the arse. I could blueprint just a pump thing that goes up, but one pipeline's throughput's going to be an issue. I'm certain about that. But if I just, I like the idea of packaging the water and bringing it up. That means packaging a bunch of other things and bringing it up, but I think it's all a flat amount, right? Like if I want to package heavy oil residue for whatever reason. Oh no, this is a very different rate. That's worth considering then. Package stuff, belt the packaged fluids up, unpackage the fluids, and then you can use the pipe as normal and have fluid pressure, bring it down to anywhere. Well, I don't know where I'd bring it down to. I'm not building a factory underneath the Sky Factory. The reason the factory is in the sky is so that when I need to expand out in a direction, I'm not blocked by mountains and cliffs and whatnot. Becoming Nestle, time to be a bottled water industry. I'm not a big fan of bottled water. But then I've exclusively lived in places which have fantastic quality of tap water. Right, well, let's get smelting then. How does one even begin with this? At least we have access to the global power grid nice and easily here. But where does a man start? Oh yeah, also we get access to power from the train line as well. Where are those nodes anyway? Also, have I deigned to give myself good access up here? Boy, it would be nice to just automagically be able to expand my power grid. I mean, with blueprints auto-connecting, that would be finer than fine. I guess it didn't work out a way to do that. And that is only a guess. If there's one thing I would happily mod into this game, though, it's an extension of the range that you have on this. maybe they considered it too powerful to be able to fly even more, but I don't like the fact that you can't even connect far enough to draw out long-distance power lines. But that's for me to dislike and others for not to care about. Just want to be able to move around here. So. While I am here, and this is geothermal, correct? Of course it's correct. Get those thermals on. There was a time when you basically had to hug the cables to get any use out of the hover pack. Maybe quality of life doesn't quite translate so well in Swedish. We already set up plenty of power storer thingers. What rarity? What purity is this anyway? Goes up to 600, so that must be pure, right? Pure as the driven snow. Alright, endless amounts of water. Well, not quite endless, but well positioned. Ah, damn this thing. I want more range. I want a lot more range. I think mods aren't working on the current version of the game, right? Because of the update. Am I right in assuming that? This is probably where nukes would also come in handy to clear this stuff out easier. So this is weird. You can fly up to that thing and it will notice you, but if you crouch up to the thing, it will not. Don't know how flying is louder than footsteps, but maybe it doesn't hear sound. It hears... I was going to say the vibrations, but what else is sound? Thinking this would be the bedrock for the industry. Can this stuff be chainsawed down? Absolutely. How about shifting the resource? Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing train network stuff. Seems like a pain. Largely because of the way that you build the train lines. Seems like a royal pain in this game. Ooh, well, nice. Multi-kill. Would need crazy upgrade. Yeah, having upward train spirals is actually appealing. More appealing than you might think. Blueprinting that, I'm not so sure. But there is an idea of bringing the water up by train rather than pumping it. But what's the pump rate, and would that actually be better? Well, the pump doesn't do rate, it just does head lift, right? The pipes would be what dictate it, and it's hard to imagine that a train can do better than 600 cubic meters per minute. But maybe it can. How big's a train carriage? I guess it's a freight car. Do freight cars take fluids? 1600 cubic meters, so if it gets the journey done in a minute, it's like 2.5 pipes. Not sure it would do it in a minute. Trains are not very good at transporting fluids, unfortunately. Ah, damn. Killing all my dreams dead, I see. That's okay. Dreams exist to die. Just like angels, if you ask System of a Down, which I frequently do. So, let's stop batting around the bush here. I'm here to do a smelter array. Where is my iron? Might as well start with a pure one. I see little reason not to. Bring the iron over here to Smeltsville. Have easy access to the water. Yes, good. First things first, join the global... financial elite? No, the global grid. Start with a 6er, follow up with a 6er. delete the initial sixer. And that way you will happily join. Not convinced this is going to work out so well for... What do you mean invalid? I bet it's because of this thing. Not sure this is going to be quite enough space, but we can always build up. Never forget that. Also, we have our blueprint factory over there, so let's not build this by hand like a plebe. Let's build it like a brilliant. I vote for a double upward spiral of train tracks and pumped pipe. What happened here? A double upwards spiral of train tracks and pumped pipes. Well, what would be the point in having the train tracks if we have the pumped pipes? You're getting greedy is what you are. Now I'm the first to say that greed is good. It should be unmitigated greed. Just says invalid. Wait, what? This sometimes is very unhappy with me. Probably all this stuff getting in the way, but could we perhaps do something about that? Chainsaw might be more cost effective. Might even be faster because chainsaw does area of effect. And it's pretty much the area of effect of one of those nobelisks. Oh, right, no, we can't mine ore with a chainsaw. But that means the ore was getting in the way. Ah, it's all become clear now. Yeah, water bottles on a train might not be the worst thing to consider either, but if we're water bottling the train in the first place, then surely better to belt it. No ongoing costs that way, if nothing else. Is this going to be enough space? Part of me thinks maybe. The other part of me thinks possibly. I guess this will just be an aesthetic choice of weeds. Right. What's the man doing here? Probably want to design a smelter array here first. How does it go? Because it's just bring out the ore, bring it over, and then get it smelted into iron ingots at a rate of... Well, does the rate even matter? Just keep throwing water at the thing. Well, maybe it does matter, because I'm going to be chugging these things out at 1200. And what's 35 into 1200? I need 35 of these. 32 with some not quite full consumption. Yeah, 34 sounds fine. 34 consumers. Okay. What's a good divisor for 34? 17's not very good. 4 doesn't go into it either. Oh no, please! No, I want to go up. We do have a convoluted solution to this problem, don't we? I don't like the zip line, but it's not like we're ever using our rifle, so... I don't know why people like this, it's so slow. It's actually quite fast, says Kalpa. I thought time is meant to slow down for people when they get that old. Those stops just exist to keep the power flowing. Could use the chute, but I also find the turbo tunnels are quite slow as well. You know what? Flying is too manual. Besides, this way we can listen to elevator action. And enjoy the view. Or we could enjoy the foggy view. Imagine playing this game with fog on. Ah, it does make the distant water look worse, but... Goopons. Alright, enough out of you, blueprint designer. I need to think. Yeah, 34 is not a nice number. Could we make a better number that's far more divisible by good numbers? But more than 34, because I don't want to overclock. Underclocking is fine. 40 is 4 by 10. It's also 5 times 8. 5 times 8 is good. 36 is a good number. It's 4 times 9. 9's not a very good number, though. Alright, well, let's get started, shall we? We're going to be... And whatever we design here, we're probably going to be using much more down the line. It's a refinery for pure ingots, right? Ingug. Yeah, a refinery for you. You can tell I've not internalized much of this game just yet. Right. I can keep all the bits on the side fine and spacious, so I guess all I really care about is centering you first and foremost. That's central enough. They use 1 1/4. I'll take you out to there, you out to there, you out to here, and then we end up with 1 left over. So in the end, I'm only fitting 4 of these things in regardless. That's a bit of a shame. I don't want to overclock any. I want a uniform design here that can be just applied easily. I like easy. If I make 8 here, 8, 8, 8. I could do a lot of 8s and underclock a whole lot of them. It's quite spacious, but it's a one-time use case. And besides, they're all going to auto-connect. So yeah, this sounds pretty good to me. I mean, this isn't going to be good to people who like things, but I'm not here for people who like things. Oh, what? How can this be? We don't have enough space for what I want to do. I suppose I could just make the same thing, but bring it up, but then that doesn't make the pipes and things auto-connect quite as easily as I'd like. I should have a blueprint designer on the bottom floor. How easy can I make another one of these? Very easily. Alright, we'll have another one of these done on the bottom so I don't have to keep flying up for design things. Alright, well, never mind then. I guess we just do this nice and simply. Just have it set up with a very simple input over here. Which probably means it needs to start with bits for things to be fed into. Also, this is the output, not the input. That feels a little awkward, but that's fine. Alright, fair enough. I need to build this with that in mind then. So first things first, everything that comes in gets split. Some people tell me put this stuff higher and so the pipes can go lower. I kind of like it when my pipes zip out a bit, but I do understand and appreciate that they're probably dead right. Hey, won't this tessellate kind of badly? I'm trying to see if I could fit another row of this in so it's actually extra ones here, but with the stuff going on the sides, there's no way that's going to fit. Is it a problem that it's so centralized? No, because it doesn't need to do lock things when I put it down. I always force my pipes to go high and keep my belts low. But why? Why risk head lift issues? Genuine question. I mean, maybe there's a good reason for it. A good reason that flies right over my head. Is that fine? That is not the Clipper factory. Good. Now with the off-stream dumping factory that I made for the whatchamacallits, you might ask yourself, did you make blueprints for that? Of course I didn't do refinery blueprints. This is a first. Is that going to auto-connect when I make blueprints of this? What's the range at which pipes auto-connect? There must be a range for it. We noticed that the range for auto-connecting railway was pathetic. Also very awkward. But maybe it's been changed. I think this will be fine. High pipes, as in a few meters above the floor, doesn't run into head lift. So they think. Anyway, I'm happy enough with this. I bet you could use pipe height for priority feeding, but I guess that's not a big deal for us right now. Right, let us continue to split, for this is the input. And there's no reason not to use Mark 5s at this point. Mark 6s I still think are not quite so necessary. But that should be fine. Is that actually going to auto-connect, or am I going to have to put a little belt thing here? Like a suspended bit for the belt feeding in, or else it won't auto-connect. Will this auto-connect to itself? I guess the easiest way is to check before we proceed on. So this right here is going to be... what are these called? Refineries. How do you spell array? Is it A-R-R-A-Y? Smelter array. Yes, I'm dead right. As is often the case. And I want refinery. It's obviously not done yet, but we want to test this. Show me my refinery array. Just have it on regular old auto connection, and if I had you here, and then had you... No, my lack of flying ability. I want to fly. If I had you right next to it, is that auto connecting? Is that buggery auto connecting? Why? What part of auto-connect do you not understand? The pipes don't want to connect, the belts don't want to connect. What is going wrong here? Is it too far? Is it too close? Also, I would like more power over here so that I can fiddle around quite a bit better. Where does that even link up to? The auto connection needs a pipe and belt on the ends to connect, not a junction, not a splitter. So that seems easy to fix. Dankeschön. I can just bring you out a tiny touch. And I can bring you along a tiny touch. Although maybe that's too much of a touch. I don't want you extending beyond the reach of this. Woohoo! That's tiny. But it does fit. Well, I thought it fit. Okay, there we go. Tiny little stubby thing that seems to just barely fit in within it all. But are they actually going to connect, or do they need a support? I guess one support should be fine. Anyway, as for this little number, your little lifesaver, I want you coming out as little as possible. And that's already coming out more than I want it to. Perhaps we can make a little stackable bit here. And I do mean little. Also have it aligned properly. We can continue to have dreams. That's funny, it looked like it lined up. Was I the fool? Get you in there, get rid of this. Then I wonder if that will connect. Doesn't seem to actually come out any amount, so I'm okay with that. But then there's you. And we're saying that this won't connect into that. It must be belt to belt. That's what I'm hearing, so I'll believe it. I think this has to go if I want this to work for now. Maybe I could fool the system, though. Do you like making a mockery of systems? And then away you go. Thank you for your service. But for you, the war is over. Okay, let's see if this will also connect. We just save it, overwrite it, and give it a go. Ooh, I love coming here. Look at that beautiful auto connection. Oh, but I keep forgetting. It needs to connect first, then you need to do the needful. So it's probably like a double click necessity here. Did it add that support? I thought I made that so it didn't have that support in the first place. No, it did have the support. Okay. Well, it's probably still good to know that that's where it's connecting in together. All right, that seems good. But why would I be satisfied with that? Because I'm not. Let's see. These are inputs. Yes. It's very hard to get an idea of what I'm doing. I need more space. Inputs seems to line up. That's not lining up. That's lining up. Looking good. Let's make it better. Yes. Yes. Balancing the refinery on top of the steam chimney of the refinery. As God intended. A little bit of manual work to shove the pipes in, but I think that could work. Now, will it be okay with my grossly disgusting... Wait, what the heck is this? Okay. Will it be okay with my grossly disgusting auto-connection? Yes! Very, very good. Now, if I want to very quickly make all of this work, I need only slam in this and slam in a pump for it. However... I'm not really sure I want to put this in as part of it. I don't mind manually putting that in. Surely the below refineries will explode due to the exhaust being blocked. Ah, but you see, I only half block it. Plus it's got these little bits around the side to vent. I thought ahead about this, Marvin. Okay, so that's a pretty good smelter array. And it could go up as much as we want, but going up costs me, well, the need to put in pumps. Also do consider the need for separate water delivery, considering that each of these have a throughput, and each of these are going to have a consumption. It's an exhaust manifold, don't worry. It's an exhausting manifold. Alright, thank you. Oh, you can't remove multiple blueprints at once. Probably filling my inventory with garbage here, but that's okay. It's all automated stuff. Get that rifle out of my fizzog. Okay, quite satisfied with that. Does that mean I can have my power poles suspended in the air as well? I struggle to see why we couldn't. I don't mind disgustingly underutilizing my power lines, considering they might need to fuel some pumps or other nearby items like my water extractors. So in addition to this, we need output, and these things, smelter arrays are generally going to be outputting on belts. However, wouldn't it be prudent to make it so that I already have it blueprinted to output fluids? That seems like a good idea. I like good ideas. Which direction should they be being outputted? Does it matter? Not really. No, not really. Probably back the way things came, because then if it goes long off into the distance, I still have the goods coming back this way. So let us do it that way. So that means this as our merger brings things down that way. Jolly good. Just realized I'm doing Mark... Oh, these are Mark 5s. Yes, I updated this to be Mark 5 and not Mark 3. Goody. Is this still campaign mode? Oh yeah, we have not won yet. And we are frankly not in a good position to clutch out the win even remotely just yet. Because there's so much we've gone through without automating. I say we as if you're responsible for it. Glad you understand. Could I actually just bring you up high enough to connect you like so? Yeah, no need for any fancy crap even. That's good. That's good. Might even be okay for you. Because I can move you here. Move you there. And then bring you up. No? Why no likey? I don't even know what you're trying to do. Ah, but here's what I could do. Don't know where my depth perception went today when I woke up, but nowhere good. Okay, sorry, it's faster and easier to just use the holder. This is good. This is fun. Right, now how about the outputting of that fluid? I guess we just make exactly the same fluid setup here, because it's bidirectional, doesn't really care. And it'll all link up anyway. Although I do want it absolutely as we had it on the other side, which means clearing just as much as needed. Very good. Very, very good. You know, building blueprints here is fun in a way that it's not fun in Factorio. I mean, it is fun in Factorio, but this is more fun. But it feels like it's scratching different itches. It feels more like trying to build something functional out of Lego and connects. It doesn't quite work, but then you fiddle around with it and then it does work. Whereas with Factorio, it doesn't quite feel like that. It feels like making doodles on a piece of paper, which is a different experience. Fulfilling in its own way, but not really what I'm looking for. So I believe I put you there. No support. And over here. Out, but with support. And it reached quite a distance. Okay, this looks just fine and dandy. Good afternoon, Jake. Just wanted to say thank you for the long play. I'm very much enjoying the journey with Satisfactory. I learnt you can put splitters and mergers on top of lifts. That's a new addition in 1.1, so don't worry, it wasn't ancient knowledge that you were unaware of. It bothers me greatly the way that wire is clipping through here. I want to work around that a bit. Wire too long. Don't give me that. There we go. That was just bothering me. Oh, right. When I make this, you have to individually connect power line to power line. I wonder why they leave it like that. They must understand that's frustrating as all heck. Of course, they're Swedes. Suffer not the Swede. Is there anything else I need to care about for this? Why are we lifting the outputs? Well, it's lift the outputs or lift the water. Or I could have them clip, but why would I do that? I just feel like being off the ground is generally better as well, especially if we reach stuff that's uneven. You can set the recipe in clock speed. We might not be there yet. No, I want this to be a generic thing. I can set it quite easily by just doing things and then copy-pasting, which I will probably want to do for each different array. But that's quick and easy. This needs to be generic. Alright, is there anything else to do with this? And looking at it, I think I could have just barely fit this into the 5x5. I didn't need the 6x6, possibly. Yeah, I wouldn't want the bottles getting all dusty. The decision of which power poles to be connected is not that straightforward. No, it definitely is not. I guess you could mark them for tessellation, but that would be a whole different feature to add. So yeah, not trivial, that's for sure. Alright, so pretty happy with this for generic refinery array. Keep it saved. Am I fine with that? Of course I'm fine with that. Escape still doesn't close that menu. And then, rather than go down, we're going to go up then down, because I like the view. Also, should have had you in my inventory for this. How beautiful the world is when you can actually see it and it's not covered in fog 1. How now? I think it would look better on like fog 0.2 or 0.3. I do agree. Something to get rid of the nasty effect of the water that far away would be great, but volumetric fog can join the list of current dark horsemen of modern game graphics. So hard to tell at a glance which one's in and which one's out. Where's the innies, where's the outies? Because you got overlapping panels here. I really can't tell what's what. Why is there even green on this side? What would be coming out? Oh, I know the splitters and the mergers, of course. What I should be looking at is the panel that's directly on the machine, which says that brings it in. Do I want it coming out on that side? Not really, and what I've given me myself here is a bit of a pain to work with, but that's okay. We've got plenty of space. Just work with the space. I really like the show Spaced, after all. That even lines up with the square there. Actually, it all lines up. Look at how perfectly that lines up with the foundations. I like it. Autoconnect may not like it, though. But autoconnect can suck a fat one, I think. Trying to tell if that's the right way around. It's not. Trying to tell if the first one I put in is the right way around, actually. Did it really go into the bit that has the pipe? Please tell me that's connected. Why is that not connected? How is that not connected? Wait, none of these are connected. What? That shouldn't be so. But it is so. I'm gonna have to... Oh man, I don't want to rebuild so much there, but that might happen. Come on. Yeah, I think it makes sense to also have a blueprint machine down here. It's not like we don't have the gubbins for it. Blueprint designer, talk to me. Tell me what went horrifically wrong there, please. There's a 1.1 bug with conveyor lifts. I'm not sure what the correct fix is. Well, let's load our blueprint and see what it says. Refinery array, talk to me. That looks... That is disconnected. But that's impossible. Because I connected it straight from here. I can't reconnect it like that, can I? Can I? Do those go into each other? Okay, so it looks like it will refit in, but it looks like I'm going to have to manually rebuild them, which doesn't seem good. But there's sweet naff all I can do about that, so too bad for me. How unfortunate. Well, that's playing 1.1 experimental for you. Well, for me, I guess. I can't believe the Swede would do this to me. What did I do to him? Alright. So now this is where filter deconstruction a la Factorio would be nice. Well, at least I didn't start it up and then suddenly look at it going, why is nothing flowing? But at least that is fairly trivial. Could you imagine if that isn't actually connecting? It's going clickety-click, so I'm certain that it is connecting, but that's a little sad. Did you see that G filter dismantle on your screen when deconstructing? No, I didn't. I hope you're not just getting my hopes up. Well, actually, I would do that in your position. Hey, look at that filter dismantle. Wow. Wow, look at that. We're a god. Alright, let's do that again. Filter dismantle of these, please, and then give them all to me. Take them away. Alright, yeah, not the end of the world to rebuild these, but I am going to have to rebuild... what was the number we were doing? It was probably divisible by 8. So it's not 8, it's not 16, it's not 24, it's not 32. So I guess we're making 40 of these. And I'm going to have to set them at a reasonable clock value, which will be an almost incalculable amount. Kind of scary to think that was just 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. So I need 5 times this. But 5 doesn't work very well. Maybe I could make 48 of them. I guess I could. You can use the filter to do colors and material changes. I wonder if I could just, rather than having to delete them every time, just delete them in the blueprint and then remake them. That seems like it would save me a marginal amount of time. Whoops. What's on the menu now? Fuel factory? No, 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 no. We're going really deep into the game now. We are making iron ingots. I know, and it's bedeviling to even think about. Alright, well this stinks, but they don't work anyway, so we're gonna have to get rid of them. Screws. Am I even gonna need or want or care about screws? I'm tempted to think no. If I need screws, I can make them on site. Oh man, it's really sad. This is undoing what the blueprinting is for, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Sometimes you just have to accept a strategy that you have ain't happening, and you must adapt on the fly. Fortunately, the guerrillion hours that I've put into Slay the Spire have turned me into a fairly adaptable individual. At least I like to think so. Sometimes you just don't get Catalyst. Sometimes you do a Shiv build, you don't get Ornamental Fan, you don't get Kunai, you don't get Pen Nib, you don't get Shuriken, you don't get Ink Bottle, you don't get anything that works with card spam. And you just have to cope with the situation. And I coped. Right, let's cope with this situation as well. Probably need to include the small belt stubs on the machine input and output until the conveyor belt snapping is fixed in 1.1. Ooh, now that's a good idea. However, what if it's fixed before my next stream? In that case, I might not care so much. I really don't like having to manually do this. I thought there was a mod for this, a mod that let that happen. But even failing that, I would very much like to extend the reach of this hover doohickey. I don't know how to mod this game though, haven't looked into it. Not sure I will. So we just smack you in there. And then we run out of range again. What can be done about this? I think you can be done about this. Thank you, please. How many is that then? Is that 16? That means that is 20, right? I'm willing to believe that that's 20. Diggity duk duk. Right, firstly, let's make sure that the power is operational. Also. Redundancy lines, you say? Well, you never know when the biters are going to come and destroy one of my power lines, right? Okay, we're off to a start. Don't know about good or bad, but we've got a start. We're all showing red lights. Red is good, right? And then you could turn on fly mode. I think you lose achievements. I tried to do fly mode because mind we lost our death crate like 2,000 meters in the sky or something. Couldn't get fly mode to work. I've still got achievements going, so whatever attempt I did wasn't a big deal. Let's not have auto connect on, but look at that, I can just blueprint it right on top of itself. Does that line up? Looks pretty darn lined up to me. It also looks the wrong way around. Ooh, that's pretty. And now from there we auto-connect. This is good. This is saving a heck of a lot of time from building the whole thing. Probably not if I had not even attempted any blueprinting and just built this from scratch. However, every time we need to do more refining, we've got this at the ready. Although, who's to say we ever need to refine again, right? Seems unlikely. I like redundancy lines, even though they are just straight up bad and Satisfactory. Suffer not the biter. Okay, maybe not that redundant. This is another bone itching situation. Ah, in what way are your bones getting itched? Right, 40. What's the number soup that we have to do here anyway? I might be good with numbers, but maybe I'm a bit rusty. What are we even making here? Pure iron ingots sound about right. Now we have... We have 1,200 coming in. I have 40 machines that are going to be processing them. So get them done at 30 input per minute. 30 input when they could do 35 is 30 over 35 times 100. So I want this at 85.714. 85.714. Consumes 30 a minute. I wonder if I could make that more accurate. I'm also not sure if I care. Wish I could make it the consumption rate rather than production rate, because it doesn't always work out. What bothered me is when you copy and paste, you don't copy the color. So if I set this thing up to be a nice, cool blue thing and I copy and paste it. Copy, paste, doesn't keep the color. My disappointment was kind of difficult to comprehend. You can just paste 30, 35, 100 into the... I believe I tried that before and it didn't work. I've already pasted it. 30 times 35 over 100. Yeah. I'm afraid we're getting... Wait. I think I did that the wrong way around. Before I get too smug. 30 over 35 times 100. Oh, damn. Okay, you were right. But that means I'm wrong. I don't like the sound of that. Okay, well, let's get pasting, 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 pasting. And once more. I wonder how much of our iron needs this is going to meet. Because iron doesn't seem like something that's needed that much into the late game. It feels like a lot of things into the late game require... not things... There's no blue chip equivalent that comes to mind, for example. No, oh god, I need 1 billion copper because I need all these green circuits to make all these blue chips kind of situation. Yeah, steel is more important, but that's why I want a proper steel smelter array. Okay, so we are making 20 times 17.14. We're drinking 340 units of water per line. And I believe my doohickey... Wait, what number did we just get? 343. 340. I'm going to write that down because I will forget. 343 water. I believe the water things do 120 a pop, so I can lightly underclock them and we'll be good. And the pipes will easily handle the input here. So bring me the H2O extractor. Double check. Yeah, it's 120. So 3 of these underclocked should take care of this splendidly. Wish I could line it up a bit better. Maybe I can. Look at that. Oh, it lined up. stays on the global grid? No, it's staying like that because I'm lining it up with you, isn't it? Still fine. I love it when things line up to the global grid. Makes me feel like a big man. And there's really no need to care about pumping or balancing. We just bring it up with... We bring it down with that. Ooh, hardcore. Now, what percentage are we looking at here? It's 343. So 343 divided by 3 is 114. So if I just bring it down to 114, we're good. Not a lot of savings, but it's a little bit of savings. Jolly good. No indication that they're underclocked, though. You get an indication for overclocking, but underclocking would be nice, too. So give it time, you'll all fill up with water. The top ones are going to need a separate 3, and the separate 3 need a pump. Oh, I love how these things actually connect together whilst running with the global grid. So good. These ones, however, should come together, otherwise I'll need triple the pumps. So, is that true? Yes, yes it is. How do I actually get you in line with that, but not sinking into the water? Can I foundation adjacent? I guess. Guess that'll do. Why is it still not want to line up with us? Like it hates the existence of these water pipes. Oh, well, I guess that's not too big of a deal for me. You're not going to reach that, not by a country mile. But you are going to come over here. Perhaps even in line with you. But then you won't be happy. Funny, it looked pretty happy to me. No, it's still saying the pipe is too long. Okay, well that's fine. No. No, that's fine. I thought it was going through something, but it made its own little holder bit there. I will not suffer the clipping. This seems okay, and it will, of course, need a pump, and something it took me ages to realize was that when you hold this here, you can see where your existing head lift is. Oh, I thought you could. Maybe these things need to be powered first. How did this come back? Or was that always there? Power. Okay, perhaps now if I try to build my pump. So keep changing the tab that you're on here, even when you don't open this thing again. Still doesn't show the existing head lift. I could have sworn that it shows the existing head lift. Oh, right, maybe if I put it the right way around? How strange. Yeah, I guess it only shows a head lift from other pumps. Well, not that it matters that much. Just shove the pump around here. Give it its much needed energy. And now it'll tell us how it's performing. I wonder how the game calculates this. It's clearly building itself up as the water flows. It should tap out at about 30 odd meters. Beautiful. Alright, now they all have water. They all have power. What do they need? The raw iron ore. Do we have a problem with that, actually? I'm using Mark V belts, and I always forget how much a belt can hold. The very awkward 780. So as long as I feed it in on this side, we're all good. Manifolding, not a problem, because the water will work its way down. We can do a spot check here. Oh, you've got a dribble of water. You've also got a Dale gribble of water. And you're getting it in. Oh, but I didn't copy-paste this stuff over. Ah, feels good. Feels very good. Looks like Scotland, pipes and wires all over the place. I would know I once did security for an offshore rig engineering area. The place I did security for wasn't offshore, but the stuff they made was for the offshore. Just realized that I didn't put in all of these bits again, the conveyor lifts. Unfortunate that we have to work around a bug, but that's early access for you. Besides, I should be happy for an opportunity to be platinum mad at early access. It vindicates my position, you see. What the? No. And yes. Could be worse though. When 1.0 went to 1.1, there was this weird bug where conveyor lifts got reversed. They still functioned, but the animation would play in reverse. So if you were trying to raise, say, coal from below to top, you'd see all the coal falling down but coming out of the top. Very bizarre, and I'm sure that would bother some people enormously. But since all of my old crappy factory is temporary, doesn't bother me one iota. And I've got a lot of iotas to be bothered. Hey. Alright, hopefully I still have supercomputers, because that's what these higher tier miners require. I do! Oh, very good. Almost like I planned in advance with my glorious hand-feeding meta. A lot of unhappy YouTube comments about that one, but unhappy YouTube comments more or less sustain me, so it's okay. This is going to need Mark VI belt going in. I probably should have global gridded this one. I always feel happier when I'm following a global grid. Although it does make a little less clear what we're dealing with. You know, what is under this? Who's to know? I just feel it helps with lining things up. You are lined up, right? I love the global grid. Can even check by trying to make some other global grid stuff around it. Global grid, hold control when putting something down. It's more than a little awkward, but this'll work. Largely because of this just being right in the way, but all I need to do is immediately split you as I shove in my very precious Mark VI using chine crystals that we do not have access to. Doesn't like that for some reason. Invalid. You sure you don't like that? I think there's a slight level difference due to... well, due to something. We sure we can't just nestle you in there? Am I doing this the right way? Let me think a little harder about this. I could probably put it over there a bit, but I want... actually, I'm really wondering why this doesn't want to connect. I know it's short. Game doesn't like short. But it almost feels like it's off level a bit. The mines are always slightly off since they must center on the node and not the foundation. Ooh, didn't know that. Alright then, we go slightly away. Actually, if we're going to go slightly away... ah, I'm fine. Oh yeah, I can see it dipping down a touch there. Interesting. Right, this does not have to be clean and tidy, so it won't be. You can get a curvy like. And then make your way in there. Get fed. I think the miner would also appreciate some power and appreciate some omega powering. Every drop per minute, please. Slightly concerning delay as it starts bringing it up. Yes, let the roller coaster recommence. Let the manifold very slowly get its gubbins. These things are slow to operate, but they do chew through a fair bit at a time. Why are you not taking anything? Oh, I missed filling in these. I think I only did the bottom level, right? That stands to reason. Okay, phew, I was very worried this wasn't going to clip in. Besides, setting up like this allows the manifold to back up a bit first. Only a little bit, but at least everything starts working a touch. Probably would have been better to do it from the other side. Oh, look at that delicious output. All those nicely sorted, assembled iron ingots. Probably is quite a good touch that they have ingots in this game. It's always a little weird how your primitive, piled up load of stones that you call a furnace in Factorio manage to give you these nice, cleanly stamped iron and copper plates. Then again, let's not ask too many questions about how you can take a few sprockets and a few plates and make a fully functional autonomous mining device. Right, seems to be manifolding its way nicely. Do the output belts have enough capacity? Possibly not. 13 per minute times 20. Actually, that should be fine, right? Why would that not be fine? If we're doing 30 per minute, we have 20 of them. It's only 260, and our belts have a capacity of 700 odd. Unless I'm missing something here. It's not. That's what I'm missing. It's definitely not. These need to be marked 6. But you know what? That is something we could solve later when we have time crystals automated. But that also means that even both of them put together won't be enough, right? 55 times 20. Yeah, this is 2 Mark 6 belts. Well, that's really good, because that's going to fill this up nicely. Question is, how do they get up there, though? Perhaps we ask too many questions and don't come up with enough solutions. No, stop cutting me off from this. Can we get there? No, we're not going to... We're going to make a train for this tiny, tiny journey. Heavens no. Not when what we could do is make ourselves a stairway to heaven. Could actually do stairways. Can you make belts go upstairs? I suppose we're about to find out. This is quite ridiculous, but okay. I can handle the ridicule. Right, I am sick of this. Absolutely sick of this. You are going... Don't tell me wire too long. Tell me wire ideal length. I feel like this could have been done better with a double... Don't I have like a double height 8 meter slope? Yeah, I got an 8 meter double ramp. Seems like the same slant though. Well, I can just bring them up, it's no big deal. Right, how much do you want to come along here? And I know, people say just use the elevator thing, so what if I don't want to? Didn't think of that, did you? Surface is too uneven. Oh man, I guess they don't then. Oh well, back to the drawing board. Wonder if the wonder if that's going to stay suspended in the air. There's a thought. Since I've built that, does the game state consider it suspended, or does it actually remember that it was attached to something? Does that in any way alter what we're doing here? Curious. Oh well, down we go. On the wrong side, whoops, oh well. Don't sweat it. Yeah, game does not appear to care. Must have a lot of positional values to remember. What are the size of game files in this game? Possibly supermassive. Anyway, I like the idea of just having this to run our way up with, so you don't need to care about existing. You could do centralized utilities, the high water tower, so no pumps are needed elsewhere. We're thinking about several different approaches to bringing water up. I could just make a blueprint with pumps, and I think that is, by good measure, the simplest solution. We could, if we want to have a lot of fun, and I'm not sure we want to have any fun here, but if we were going to go out on a limb and have some fun, we could make a spiral staircase. Or a spiral of sorts for a train to bring the water up. That sounds like it might be a dangerous amount of fun there, though. Our German audience might have some issues with that. Oh, right, you're not high enough. Was I ever able to actually make you high enough to begin with, though? Yeah, it can be difficult to make suspended belts like this, almost like the game doesn't want you to be doing that. But what if we don't care? Oh, maybe we have to care. What if we still don't care? I love nudge mode, and nudge mode loves me. Yes! Over or under? I think over. A lot of belts to upgrade once I finally automate time crystals. And one does wonder, are we even actually going to need every bit of output here? Who knows? It's sheer perfection. My G-Virus. Don't like how it curves down at the end there. Should we just default it up? Yes, make like grease and default it. German is okay with fun. They just don't like to do it themselves. By now I know plenty of Germans. And plenty of fun-loving people. They even love a joke if it can be adequately explained and easy enough to explain to another teller. A slight issue here is that if I ever wanted to make this platform a proper train station, then bringing in my belts like this is running contrary to that ideal. I think I can handle that, though. Besides, I actually don't think we're going to be making any kind of incredible rail network. If anything, I might make a drone network. Let's say we have a perfect opportunity to make an advanced product all the way at a resource node that we don't have. Although I can't think of any resource nodes that we don't have rapidly available here. Uranium, maybe? There's a normal uranium bit over there, and that's where we're building up the Scow factory too. So yeah, I actually think we have everything. But let's imagine there's no sulfur anywhere to be had, so I make sulfur goods over here. Then droning them over, provided that they're not things I need in large quantities, is something I would consider. Yeah, I think I should just accept that the train network is not something that's going to be seeing a lot of love or use. But since this is already done here, I don't think I need you here anymore. And you are kind of getting in the way. But there's probably other stuff I'm going to be building over here, so maybe let's not be too cocky about that. Alright, here's what we'll do then. You're coming out here, you're going to be going full on straight. Look at that, the straight thing isn't bending at the end this time. How very nice. I love building belts in this game. As long as they do what I tell them to do, which they don't always. If you're producing a fuel, drones are okay. They don't do great with high volume stuff though, exactly, so... I'm not actually sure if we're going to be seeing any use out of them, but the thought is there. Oh, I'm rather looking forward to having the first bust item. You bent at the tip, didn't you? Why does it do that? You can see it just trying to bend. Everything is on the grid here, the global grid. But if I build it out too far, it starts getting a wee kink at the end. What a mystery. We want trains, says Roseanne. I'm not saying we're definitely not going to have trains in this run. It's quite unlikely that we will. However, my... not promise, but the closest thing to a promise you could imagine, whatever that might be, is that I am going to make a theme park in this game. I'm hard-headed enough to claim that my belief that this game would make a great theme park game is absolutely true. The train can no-clip through belts, right? And this train stuff is it's so superfluous. The train just moves around for no good reason. I'm faster at launching than riding the train now. Yeah. Yeah, I think this train is going to be saying goodbye pretty soon. Besides, we're just trying to flatten out these iron ingots like a penny. Where's my train? Oh, my train's on its way back. It is indeed the scenic train. Is there anything I could do about this? Could I, like, arch this thing over? Oh, crivens. There goes my... Actually, doesn't that bring all the power over here? I might have stopped everything by doing that. Including the train. How do I elevate the train? Can that even be done? I can't page up to bring it up. I can't lock it and bring it up. It has to connect to something, doesn't it? Oh well, we have dealt with this problem before. The easiest. Trains are great for high volume, long distance transport. Seeing as you're making a main belt, you won't need them that much. Yeah, that's a big part of my thinking as well. It seems superfluous for what we're doing. But that's okay, this was never meant to be a 100% run. It's just a beat the game run. Although, soon to be the theme park run. Alright, great, let's go. There's another change I'd like to make. I'd like to make hypertubes roughly twice as fast as they are. Could you imagine going through the effort of making a hypertube network across the world and you move kind of about as fast as running? Must be very disappointing. Bless the hypertube launcher. I might actually make it so it just launches me up, but it would have to be pretty precise to only get me up here and no further, or else I'm going to waste time floating around. You can put a few more entrances to a tube. I thought you didn't speed up going through the tube that way. I thought if you tube cannoned into just the hypertube normal bits, then it slows you back down. But hey, I'm open to being wrong. God, look at that rate. And it could be a whole lot faster. Okay, our very first thing of pulling off the belt here. What are we going to make? What does every little boy dream of? Guess it depends how little, but when it comes to iron ingots, we could start making plates barely get used though, don't they? I'll still need them, but just thinking about it, what do you do with the plates? You make bolted plates, some one-use stuff. You need it for nitric acid, maybe make it for canisters. So the only thing that you reasonably use beyond this is making reinforced iron plates, which will always need iron plates. And these do... what was that? One-off item, one-off item, one-off item, one-off item. The modular frame always needs them, and you do always need modular frames because you need these for making heavy frames. You always need them for heavy frames, right? Yeah, you do, okay. So going back, you do still need iron plates, but it doesn't seem like something you're going to need a ton of. Hello, Jake. Sorry if you've covered this. Have you considered making the bus completely vertical? I've found doing the bus vertical makes it really easy to pull materials off of the bus and put out, put back on. I did briefly consider it, but I didn't like the confusing visual overview I'd have of having to look up and down at something. My eyes are to my left and my right side, not up and downsy, so I find this kind of overview a lot easier for me than looking at things going up and down. So yes, it was considered, and I'm certain there are utilities where it's much better, but this feels more comforting for me. And I'm okay with comforting. Alright, iron plates. Dreadfully simple. I have to consider that all of my factory has to go here, doesn't it? Well, I suppose I could vertical up the factory. That wouldn't be too big of a deal. But yes, I need to stamp down iron plates. How do we even do iron plates? Surely at this point, we have access to better ways of making them. We could make them purely. I could make basic ones by adding a little bit of limestone. But if water doubles it and limestone doubles it, why... wait, these are iron ingots. What am I talking about? I need iron plates. can't imagine I'd want to do any fancy stuff here. I certainly wouldn't want to use up my precious steel just to turn 1 to 3, although that's much better output. Much better output. Coated plates using plastic also seems like good output. Very good output. Steel is cheaper than iron. Based on what, though? Having coal as input puts it out at a better rate, as long as I use the ingots. Huh, you know, that might not be a bad idea. Coal doesn't have a lot of uses at this point when you're not using it for power. So if I brought up coal and I made solid steel ingots, that might be pretty good. I don't want to use compacted coal. Where's my nearest coal belt? It's nae far away. Normal coal, impure coal, impure coal. Where else are we looking at for coal? Oh wow, there's a ton of coal just over here. Impure, 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 normal, pure. But that's over with the sulfur. It might not be the world's worst idea to make compacted coal over there. As I also have sulfur over here that I could just bring up raw. I don't know what I'm going to do with a bajillion compacted coal, but the idea is there. Yeah, so we bring coal up here, and then we make steel ingots, and then I have coal, steel, and iron, and then I can press them into iron plates for much cheapness. Alright, so we'll bring up the coal. That coal is suspiciously close to the train tracks, no? Suspiciously close. Very suspiciously close. I'm just not very interested in making a train network. The idea of actually setting up a train station with offloading and all of that, just thinking about doing it fills me with more fatigue than just belting them over. Everything around here is in easily beltable distance the way I see it. And I says it how I sees it. Right, so I like the idea of having iron, copper, steel. Are there any other ingots in the game? There's quite a few of them. I guess it's fine if I just have each of them for different ingots. Did I ever make the billboards? Or anything I can slap on these to show what they have or what they'll contain? I'm not sure I ever bought them. Yeah, give me the sets here. It only costs tickets and we have millions of tickets. In fact, why don't we just unlock everything you have here? Give it all to me. I am made of tickets. I'm not having these though. I think that'll clutter up the UX. Give me that cyber wagon. I ain't no poor pauper. Can't imagine possibly wanting quarter pipes, but I couldn't imagine not wanting them. Give me some ramps. Give me everything you got, Ada. Time to flash some cash. Vasca Fix-It coupons. Beam extensions, cable packs, railings, barriers, road barriers, fences, railings. Don't need any of this cheap nonsense. I could just buy some rocket fuel to try it out. But I'd rather have the satisfaction of making my own ionized stuff. Alright, 129 coupons, not even a consideration.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
She only had something to say about one of my purchases, or maybe purchasing many things at once gets in the way of that. Also wonder if I could colour these accordingly, although if I need to know what goes into where, I can look at what's coming in. Ah, but what about future problems? Alright, one step at a time. How do I make this look like iron? Oh, it's kind of iron-like. Alright, how do we look copper-like? That's kind of coppery. What are the other ingots again? I guess we'll make Caterium here. How do we make things look Caterium-y? It's kind of Caterium-y. Slightly lighter than normal. Next ingot is steel. Matthew Steel. Steel is just kind of irony, but again. But it's far enough away from the iron to understand the difference. And then, am I even going to want fixite ingots coming up here? Feels like something I would just make into the other stuff elsewhere. Because this stuff is only made to make trigons. Although, funnily enough, the trigons are much more dense than fixite. So yeah, bringing up the fixite. Actually, I would make fixite on site here. But what I would do is I'd bring them back down and then shove them back into the bus. But then I wouldn't even put them on the bus. I would just locally, after I've made them, process them because they have no other use. So there's no point in having that. In that case, you can be coal. So you're going to be black as the night sky. Do I even have black here? All right, there you go. Custom black. Congrats on getting to phase 5. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while though. Not unless unless I do some nice hand-feeding meta. Ooh, my cyber wagon. Let's go for a ride. Oh, it doesn't actually work without fuel, huh? Here, have some leaves. I got leaves aplenty. Meow. It's got inverted controls. This is pretty cool. Can I drive underneath my glorious, Wait, what the heck is this? It looks like it only goes right. I thought it was inverted. Maybe it's just bad. It also gets destroyed by having electrical stuff hitting it. No, it's actually destroying me because I ran out of leaves. Alright, have some real fuel then. Oh yeah, oh no. Alright, well that's a piece of garbage, but we knew it was going to be. Suffer not the Svenskor, his sense of humor. Right, but what I was really looking for were my signs. Give me a sign, any sign. That is a tiny sign, give me a bigger sign. Oh, no, that's too big. Alright, alright. Set text here, alright. Couldn't it just say iron ingot? It knows what's in the box! Where do I set the text? It says here, but I can't type anything. Ah, here's text. Ah, it's a scroll wheel. Aha. Yeah, it's nicer when it's not in all caps. Matte, glossy. Is that saved? Oh, that is not right. Not bad. Can't move this, can I? Kind of want to see what it's like, but this covers it up. That's okay. I copied over the same stuff when I did it that way. What if I just did another one? Looks like it defaults to the iron ingot. I thought it was reading the contents here. That would be too much to ask. This seems like way too much time to spend on something that doesn't really matter, because this is information I can visually get just looking at the belt or the color of what I make this. But it's the kind of thing that I would do into a long, long game. Anyway, point is coal goes here, which means probably sulfur goes here. And our goal is now to bring the coal. No, not the conveyor belt. I want the hole. Hooray. Hole for coal. See the coal hole. Now, I probably want to pre-position this stuff down there, but that seems like a lot of going down and up. It is a lot of going down and up. So let's just do one, shall we? Whee! Now, how was this done? Right on the center. Ah, crumbs, which one was which? I should have counted how many along it was, but I can just angle that just fine and say this is the right place to be. And that is the right place to be. And then up we go. 1,000 thank yous for telling us that this is possible, because the idea of constantly going and jerry-rigging many conveyor belts together did not seem particularly nice. Can't believe this is self-powered. We're essentially making a space elevator here. The Advanced Mori Space Program. Might even be the Dufton Space Program. I know that sounds like a ridiculous made-up name, but yeah, Dufton. Banffshire. All the space side. So you have an elevator and you don't use it. Ah, I am using the elevator right now. The elevator is currently being used to transmit power from down there to up here, and also give me little power bits to suckle off of as I try to raise myself up here. So there we go. Now we can bring up all the coal to here. And then in we go, and in we go. Why does this not look right? Something doesn't seem right about that. Like, I don't recall the... okay. Didn't recall these side bits always clipping with the chute thing. That still doesn't feel right. Let me build something here just to feel it out a bit. No, not that. Tap 3 too fast and I lost my quick bar. Oh, I see. It works better with the small ones because the small ones aren't so large. It's those Xbox huge side rails that cause the clipping. And that gets mostly fixed by going up to tier 6, right? Looks better. Still not perfect, though. But yeah, those some chunky, pokey belts. Right, so next goal is bring up the coal. Now, there's going to be a lot of different things being brought up. So I'm quite certain this is going to take some time. I wonder if just the manual act of bringing things over is something I'd be happy to do off-stream. It's possible. I don't like building a factory off-stream, but I quite like doing menial things off-stream, because I like having a grinding game. You know what it's like, you got an afternoon, you got nothing special going on, it's like, I just want to mindlessly chip away at something. That's what I love Disgaea for. Oh, the hours I could sink into Disgaea. So we've got normal and 2 impures, that's like having 2 normals, which is like having 1 pure. So we happily have 1,200 coal coming over here. That's fine. And Darius has no idea what that's like. Now excuse him while he gets back to Battle Brothers for the 16th time. You have to understand. We need that named armor. My mindless grinding is installing support pillars under my sky rail line. But that's not functional. Starting to wonder if this is something that I'd benefit with a blueprint, from having a blueprint for. Because I could have a blueprint that is just foundation plus belt, and I could use that for moving things around. It also stops me making many belt systems. For example, if I wanted to bring over more iron ore or bring this SAM over, it could just join up with the belt that I have, or the belt, the whatever I have. And Finel's pointing out that Warframe is nothing but a grindy game. I do not see the appeal in that, but I see the appeal in Killing Floor, so maybe I should keep an open mind. Okay, get rid of this nonsense. It's time for a nice, simple foundation. It's just foundation with belt. Should it be one foundation or many, though? Oi, killed my building. One wide seems perfectly fine, right? I know that I can do the belts that are just inside the ground here, but I don't want to do that. It looks really tacky. So what I reckon I do is I just have you coming along like so. And these should have no problem connecting into each other, right? I liked it more when I went right into the halfway mark. With a power pole in the corner and the ceiling power connector under it, either side of the foundation. But it won't auto-connect. Sounds like a pain in the bum to do. Besides, I got plenty of places to grab power from. Oh yeah, I've heard about the Mega Blueprint mod. But now that these auto-connect, I think the need for a Mega Blueprint mod will at least be diminished a little bit. Right. Whilst I could have these go on top of each other, I think I'd be happier just having it set up like this. So if I need another line, we just do a line adjacent. Or, yeah, right next to it. So there we go. This will help bring over goodies. So what do I even call this? Basic long-ranged belting. But this is the same icon as we already have, so could I make it a different color? There we go. Have it flamboyant. Have something to mark the front. There'll be arrows to mark the front, surely. Let's see how this actually looks. Yeah, we know how good I am at knowing where the front is, right? You're not wrong, though. I am very bad at noticing those arrows. What can we add to the front? Nothing that doesn't get in the way of all of this. I can make the front bit of the foundation look a little different. Would I even notice that when placing it? No, because it takes a generic foundation when ghosting it. Big white arrow is the end-facing terminal. Big white arrow. Hold on. Brain activation. Straight arrow. Well, I was hoping that would be bigger and something I could offset to the sides. Oh well, save it regardless. It's not even showing. I got jibbed, man. I paid so many coupons to that, and Ada is actually trying to fleece me. Okay, let's not concern ourselves with our robotic overlords. I'm sure she knows better than I do. I want to test that remark somebody said that I can ride this thing faster if I have more entry points into it. I'm unconvinced, but I'm open to being convinced. How did this work again? I needed supports. Why are the supports down? Why is this in the ground? Seems like a simple enough thing to rebuild here, though, so let's just redo this. Bring me the hypertube. Bring me the black crystal. Hypertube support. Line it up centrally because you're lined up centrally, kind of. Now, if I recall, it's this. You'd think I wouldn't need many. You'd think. A lot of pieces for this now, huh? And what else was it? We need the entrance. Hypertube entrance. Go, go, go. And delete these. Hey, oh, that one I'm gonna want. Alright, now is this actually gonna bring me up faster? Because I could have sworn we tried this before. Oh, that feels a lot fast. Does it? It feels like we slowed down really rapidly there. Yeah, it feels like the initial boom was incredible and then suddenly it just dragged. Clearly the answer is more, but that'll do for now. Going up slows you down. Is that the fine print I wasn't allowed to know going into it? That's okay. Right, far as that coal anyway. We're looking right at it. So we grab the coal, we bring the coal over, maybe merge in the impurities. Maybe it's better to just bring in some coal and worry about adding more if we need it later. And that is our closest coal, right? You're impure, but closer. And these two are impure, but closer. I think just bringing over the normal one will be sufficient. So let's do that. Whee! Yeah, nice look on the glittering waterfall. It's just the water itself looks kind of bad, like Resident Evil engine bad. That's what we get for turning off the fog, but I like it. It's worth it for the view that we get in the rest of the world. Should we remind ourselves what fog looks like? Ew, miasma everywhere. Alright, where are we in relation to that coal? We're looking right at it. I love the idea of a central bus until my copper spreadsheet says 14,000 copper ingots. Well, that's not a lot of copper ingots. Not afraid, are you? That's not even... Or that's only in the region of 12 belts. That's not a lot. It's just 12 stacked on top of each other. Plus, you don't have to bring all the ingots into the belt. If there's... Oh, you're probably thinking of copper pasta, right? There's no way you would do copper pasta from the belt. You would do copper powder locally and then bring it up for the belt. Or not even bring that to the belt, but then... No, you'd bring the copper powder to the belt. What's the ratio on powder anyway? Oh yeah, no way do you make this on the belt. Make this locally. Yeah, find a place for your copper smelters. That way you're saving yourself ×6 on that. Unless you already meant that, but oh well. Resident Evil 1 and 2 was good. Yeah, I loved Resident Evil 1 and 2. I'm saying the RE engine bothers me graphically and stylistically. So we're bringing you over in that direction. Seems simple to the point of trivial. Give me one miner, make it Mark III. Have it pump out in this direction. Do I care about global grid? Not really, but also yes. I love my global grid. Kind of running out of love with this foundation though. Drains the color out of the game, and the game does look good for its color. Yeah, it looks like a pretty straight shot just in that direction, and that is just what we'll do. Don't concern ourselves with minor things like horrific radiation. Our unthinking, unfeeling machines won't be concerned about it, and neither shall we. Alright, now when I build these and auto-connect them, they're going to be borderline perfect. Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm really starting to think this would benefit greatly from having power poles on it, though. I might shove a power pole right in the middle. Yeah, that's not egregiously clipping. However, that's a lot of manual work to clip them together, so now I don't think I'll bother. I immediately turned off of his own idea. Alright, bring it on, max it out. 600 is fine, 600 easily fits on one of these. Let's curve it over, curving is nice. It'll be easier access if you're along the central one, right? In case I need to add something to it, that makes life easier for me. If only there was some sort of transport method that also carried power. A man can dream, Nix. But a slave will obey. Where's my nearest power source, anyway? It's actually a fair distance away. I see something over there. Alright, you're coming with me. Or are you? I seem to have a problem with that. You're almost certainly not going to reach over to that in a oneer. But you might. Hey, it's that easy. Spending all that time setting up the radar is totally worth it. Have I even crossed this weird looking land bridge thing? No, but let's not fall to our death around it either. She's looking good. She's looking almost concerning. But no, this is fine. We're really only using half of it. The concern comes from those things that, you know, if they were working at peak efficiency. And that's mostly the hand-feeding meta stuff that I set up. Can't see buggery, Captain. I want you blueprint auto-connect mode like so. It does not, though. Oh, now it does. Whee! That snaps on surprisingly well, I might add. This is good, and this is infrastructure set up for the other things that want to come along. The world is mine. Yeah, it loves to tell you player in the way. Well, I like this a lot. Blueprinting, saving the day. Just really don't think blueprinting should be locked behind unlocks. Just doesn't seem right. Also, my aluminium upload speed is here to anti-save the day. Even though I made the extra large... Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, that's weird. I thought I needed a double hit for confirmation. You're coming back here. Yeah, that is a concern. Perhaps my aluminium needs to have even more upload things. That should be looked into. Because making lots and lots of belts is a thing that will happen. Quite a bit, no less. Now this seems fine. From here we can drag things over for this. Don't need this final bit of the foundation, do I? No, I don't. So you can go away. And then you, my friend, can go where you belong. What do you mean you don't want to curve? You don't get to make those kinds of decisions. And there's the train doing what it always does, which is nothing of value. Oh, look at that. That is made to be a roller coaster. We're not even getting one whole line's worth, so there's no point even thinking about the second one, is there? I would say no. No, there's not. Doesn't make much sense that you go into that side, though. There you go. Yeah, look at that speed and look at that deceleration. Ooh, it hurts. Gravity working against me instead of working for Fix-It. I don't need you here anymore, you're just distracting me. Clear it out. Escape still doesn't close this window. I wonder if these bother me at all. Nah, I'm pretty sure when you build something it takes from that box, so it might work out to my advantage. Also might not. Now let's clear some of this garbage. Don't want you, or you, or you. I need you. Should have uploaded you by now, actually. Otherwise, the rest of this seems okay. Alright, now that we have coal over here, we can all too easily make our steel ingots. This will be our first time making something and shoving it back onto the box. Here's a question, though. See those ingots? Steel ingots. Do we even want those belted? What do they get used for? Steel beams, yes. Steel beams must be made out of steel or aluminium, but there's no way we're going to be making steel beams out of aluminium. Aluminium is tricky to produce and really high in demand. I think molded beam seems pretty good though, right? From 4 to 1 to 24 to 9. That's a 50% steel output boost in exchange for an admittedly sizable amount of concrete. I like your bus. Does it acknowledge frame rules? I don't know what you mean by frame rules, Yagamoth, but I appreciate that you like it. Besides, the bus has only just started. It now has coal, it now has iron ingots. Someday it will have a whole lot of stuff. But that will take time, but that's okay. I got into this long play thinking it would take long, and now I discover it will take very long. Also, I didn't catch it, but how did your ironclad run go? How are you ascending with the red guy? Seeing you play this makes me want to continue my Factorio stuff, yeah. Love some Factorio, although I haven't felt the urge for it for quite some time. Right, so steel ingots. Just contemplating if they are indeed going to go on the bus. Long ago I said I only need iron to make steel pipes. But if steel is so easy to make with my iron and coal, why not just improve the output using steel? Oh, there's a thought. I need limestones on the bus. Right, what was this meant to be? That's what I get for just color coding it. What was this meant to be? This is meant to be steel. Coal, sulfur, and I want you to be limestone. What's the whitest thing I have? That's pretty white. Yeah, good enough. Maybe I should put my billboards on these things. So I will also want limestone up here. Look at that! Limestone! Why don't we just bring it on up while we're doing this? So limestone is 2 away from you. So let's bring it up. Yes, there are little visual indicator things, and I did it for the iron patch. But alas, it takes a bit of time to do, so I'm not doing it for everything. Oh, I didn't make the holes, did I? Whoops. Why don't I make all of the holes right now? Yeah, I think I'll do all the holes. Alright, upsy daisy. Whee! At least I get a nice view of my completely unutilized train station from up here, and now my utilized coal belt. And yes, to answer Yagamot's question in astounding detail, because Yagamot's the closest thing we have to a very, very important person around here. We could do this. We could add our icons and our names and our emission strength and whatnot. I just don't have the time to slap it on everything right now. However, I do have the time to slap holes on things. I don't want to have that situation again where I go down and realize we don't have the hole to connect to. Hey, I'm back. Did the bus design make any progress in the last 2 hours? The design we can consider finalized. What it needs now is saturation, and that's what we're working on. However, in the past 2 hours we did discover a horrifying issue with the blueprints. They seem bugged for doing vertical lifts. Not insurmountable, but still bothersome. Alright, back down we go. Whee! This game doesn't give me vertigo, which is weird. I like the feeling of vertigo, I find it very pleasant. But whilst I get it out of many games, I do not get it out of this one. You know, that feeling in the pit of your stomach, where your body is crying out, "You're in danger, Will Robinson, stop doing whatever you're doing and focus on survival." I love that feeling. Credit to my parents who, when driving over to our cousin's house, even though it was quite inefficient, they would sometimes take a path that involved a bridge that was fun to ride over because of the feeling of vertigo. As a man who is now a driver, well, has been for a long time, like half his life, I can appreciate it's a pain in the bum to do more driving than necessary. But yeah, seeing this does nothing for me. It's quite strange. Many games give me that feeling. I envy you. You envy the enjoyment or the feeling? I imagine there are some people who are deathly afraid of heights. I thought vertigo was getting dizzy from heights, not the stomach thing. I enjoy that too. I have no idea what even triggers a feeling of dizziness from heights. It's possible that's what it does mean, and I've been wrong all this time, but I would hate to admit that I'm wrong, so let's not go with that. Right, so up's a daisy, and now we have coal upon coal. Coal that we could easily double, and then double again if the need arises, but no, coal is here, coal is good. And now we are all connected up for limestone as well. Must be hell trying to update this game and keeping it absolutely not breaking earlier saves. I imagine that must be a lot of pressure. What the hell is that? Must be a lot of pressure for Coffee Stain Studios. Heck, it was a lot of pressure for us at Paradox. We hated breaking save game compatibility, but sometimes just could not be avoided. Well, that's not true. You can always avoid it. You can always build case handling, but then how far back do you bring it? How much time are you willing to dedicate to that as opposed to just working on features and ironing out other bugs? It's sad, but in game development a lot of things have to meet the axe for various reasons. Right, never worry about that. Worry about the fact that this limestone would benefit from joining my bus. And who am I but someone to oblige? Some updates did reset the map and respawn Schloops and Mercers. The Mercers seem like whatever, but the Schloops sound like excellent news. Although I'm sure all you players who were involved in early access were much too noble to gain any unwarranted advantage from that, so surely you just gave it to a lizard doggo and then threw the lizard doggo into the void so you wouldn't be tempted to abuse the Schloop. I know you too well. I'm gonna want some power over here. Ah, buggery. Where'd my jetpack go? Ah, I previously had this full of 4 jetpacks so it wouldn't fill up. And of course I went and enhanced the size. Alright, I also hear a sluggy slug, and we're not yet vegan on slugs. So get over here. Speaking of which, is the Nancy dog still in the void? I believe so. I checked her location on the map, and it says she's at something like -1,000 meters, so I think she's just chilling out in the void. She's not causing any problems down there, so we'll just leave her be. Besides, she's an ever-present reminder that I plan on streaming Nancy Drew before too long. Mark III Miner. Oh, no, 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 no. Not before we join the global grid. They broke the factories at least once, but probably a couple of times. Update 3 with pipes broke everything. Changing recipes would break factories. Yeah, but was it made clear this is going to break things? I think that's the big part of it. Are there other goods I'd want to bring over? Yeah, there is sulfur, which is right over there. Wouldn't be too hard to bring sulfur over here and then join the Congo line. I think we're okay with that. Let's do it. I didn't make this blueprint not to use it. Oh, hold on. Is it actually auto-connecting to that? How? There's no belt coming out of it. Is this so you can automatically have miners and blueprints? I find it hard to imagine wanting that, but I suppose one could. That gives me a spare bit for bringing over SAM or quartz or anything really, so I'm fine with this. Turbocharge you up and bring over power. Power from... Oh, would you look at that? Power. Maximum power. I don't care about power joining the global grid. It's all very free for me. I swear I had a hotkey for blueprints and I managed to forget it. I remember hearing about Satisfactory when I was working at Paradox in one of the old buildings as well, so it's been a long journey waiting for this game, but I'm satisfied. Now hang on, I want to bring you out over there-ish. So how about we do something about that? Not sure if I can get high up enough for this. Gaining altitude. Gaining altitude. And I'm just a little bit shy on height for that thing. I could just bring it over, right? Just bring it over and then join us. Join that. Yeah, go on then. Use elevators, they say. That is not right. But that's okay. I just grab you. Curve you. I am in awe that this works, but it works. And I believe we default these ones up. And it even follows the global grid. Nice. Yeah, they certainly made belts a whole lot more satisfying in this game than they could ever dream of being in Factorio. Step it up, woob. I'm joshing, of course. Very different games. Certainly generating problems for future Jake with the way that I'm bringing these about, but I think it's fine. As long as we're not clipping through our train, it's not too egregious. You know, our valuable train. Ooh, I quite like that. I quite like that for a number of reasons. Okay. The number isn't very high, but it's there. No, 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 not like that. Tell you what my problem is. My problem is I'm hopping around when I should be using my levitation device. Oh yeah. How very satisfactory. Can it do that curve? I don't think it can. Well, not curve, but I wanted to bring it down and across and over, but that curve will do just fine. Would be beyond trivial to feed in more limestone. I wouldn't even have to bother with balancing or bringing it over in better ways. You can see we kind of jaunted out and then back again, but that's of no concern. Point is, we have the limestone now. Was there something else I was trying to get, or are we going to start doing steel things? And I was talking about making my smelter elsewhere. Why would I even do that when we can make it on site? Actually, maybe I should do my steel smelter array off site rather than here. Yeah, the thought just occurred that it's probably a much smarter thing to make the steel off-site, even though I just brought over the coal and the limestone. This takes 4 and brings it down to 3, which is good. Coke steel, you say? Yeah, I really think having a steel smelter array elsewhere makes more sense. I mean, look at this. We've got iron. We've got coal. I could steel smelt over here and then bring it over. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, good. But I still do need those plates. But didn't I say I'd make the plates out of steel? Steel cast plate. Here's another argument. Why? It's not like we need lots of iron plates, do we? Iron plates are for reinforced iron plates, which we'd probably want rubber for. And then modular frames is the main use of those. And the modular frames don't seem to need that many of those. best ingredient seems to be the 2 to 3 with steeled frames, and I'd happily take that because steel pipes are easy. And then the frames themselves mostly get used 5 to 1, 8 to 3. Well, they do get used a fair bit. Point is, I'm not sure if we need to be involving steel in this, but the other idea is, why not just do it? Just make the steel and bring it over. I'm quite open to that idea. That means setting up the steel array, but we already have the gubbins for that, don't we? Or do we? Hold on, hold the phone there. Can I still build another blueprint factory? When I'm over there, I might need to think about how I actually make it. Yeah, we got the gubbins. So how about we go over and make a steel smelter array out of lots of impure iron. A lot of impure iron, but this is actually essentially one pure node. And let's see, normal, impure, impure. I want to keep the pure one for the sulfur over here. Unless there's a better place to do smelting. I did often look at this and say what a smelter array it would be. Just thinking about any ratios for that steel being used. He's thinking. He's thinking. Yeah, no, I can consolidate this this coal and this iron together to make a steel array over here, and that's just what I'll do. And that's done in a furnace, right? A furnace? I thought it was done in a furnace. Steel ingot. Steel ingot. Now I realize why I'm hesitating a bit on this is because we need the iron ingot for it. And we just made the ingots over here. Unless we were to do compacted coal things. Is compacted coal better here? Turn 2 iron ore into 4 of this. That's essentially just 1 bit of iron ore. Compacted coal's not a great recipe there as far as I can tell. Does seem like making solid steel ingots a good idea, but we've already made the iron stuff there. I think we'll be fine. We'll absolutely be fine. We'll make solids. We'll make the steel over here. And of course, we've already got half the belt system to bring it over. Don't know how many of these ingots we'll need, but we'll just make whatever and bring it over. One of the things I really love about the belt system is if you don't have enough of something, just double it and move on. That was some very early advice I got in Factorio. Don't have enough power, double it and move on. Don't have enough copper wire, double it and move on. Except don't belt copper wire. Green chips are a better example. Not enough chips, double it and move on. Let's not think about all the other elevators that need to be here later. It's not a taxing thing to think about. I have little doubt they'll be needed. Right, where does one even set up their smelters here? Especially knowing that water isn't easy to come by. Well, there's water right here over in Horrific Swamp Zone. That water down there I'm pretty sure cannot be used because it's down in the void. Come on, catch, catch. There we go. Probably a mistake to think about dragging these things out as far as possible. It's so unnecessary. However, is grabbing a power slug necessary? If it's purple, that's 10 shards right there, so I'm having you. Ooh, come to think of it, we learned how to make our own synthetic shards, right? How do we do that? We know how to make time crystals. We know all about quartz. We know that we can make excited photonic matter out of the converter. Dark matter crystals. Where'd that residue come from again? You can make it straight out of the residue. But where's the residue come from? I guess the clue is in the name, right? Yeah, maybe. Hold on, this makes its own residue. If you slooped that residue into the shards, you would actually have a net positive, and then you could just sink the shards. Ooh. Ooh, wow. So all you actually need for this is the photonic matter and the time crystals. This seems easy to make. Oh, also we can just turn SAM into residue, but that's fine because this gives its own residue. When making the shard, you make 12. 12 gets made into, with a single sloop, 2. Oh, that seems easy. Yeah, you even have 2 spare bits of it. I wonder if you can put this stuff in a jar and then sink it. No, but all you would do is you'd keep making dark matter crystals and sink them. How much are dark matter crystals worth in the sink shop, by the way? Might be easy money, if the price is right. The price might not be right. Seems like a fine enough spot right here to just set up a smelter array. Don't know if the space will be sufficient, though. Hard to imagine the amount of space I'm going to need. The shards are too hard for the sink. No, I'm not talking about sinking the... Oh, right, I'm talking about the dark crystallized stuff. This. Dark matter crystal. How much are those for the sink? Water is far away and quite steeply down there. I don't think it's unreachable. Just seems like a royal pain to pump up. Hang on, is that a crash site? I haven't deleted it. You can worry about synthetic shards after you used up the 400 slug shards yet. 400? I'm pretty sure I have well over 1,000 sitting in the original base. But you're right, I can worry about it later. Have I investigated this? Ah, Hong Kong phooey, we already have. Getting excited for another hard drive that I can't use. Speaking of which... Give me rubbery Kong. Who would want bolted plates? Unable to scan, but I didn't get my bolted plate. The game doesn't want to give me the bolted plates. Okay. Perhaps I should be grateful. You know, Roseanne once again wanting trains, and I once again have the duty of saying, nah. This water looks a little too shallow for my water extractor. But this biome gets dark. How can two places share the same sky and one be so much darker than the other? I can't see a bleeding thing now. Like, I truly can't see a thing now. Not really the only source of water we got going for us. Surely this is higher up enough and easier to bring over for water. It's not particularly large though, so I worry that it might not be sufficient. Yeah, I've got my torch on right now, but the torch is not cutting through this darkness. That's an experience I remember. So dark, you have this massive, powerful torch, and it just will not illuminate the way. But there were a lot of cold, dark nights in Scotland. How did I end up being such a warm fellow, despite that upbringing? Keep the world clean. We are, after all, here to be the sole survivor. Yeah, this water seems much more level for me and therefore easier to make use of for the smelter array. The less I have to bring it up, the less of a headache it is. Come on, you can catch. Well, I think it'll be okay. Where's the water? It's so hard to see here. Unless it's saying that that is water. I hope it's not. It might even be saying that this is water, and I certainly hope that's not. That is. However, it is a wee mercer for me.
Live, laugh, fulfill.
I'm working on it. Well, phooey. The promise of water was a lie. This looks like a much deeper, better source of water. You wouldn't have a massive waterfall flowing into absolute buggery, would you? Don't mind me, little dude. Good grief, it's so dark here. However, it is a near inexhaustible source of water. Fix-It will no doubt be pleased by this. Bit of a pain to bring it all the way over here, but I am struggling to think of a better solution. See this coal, it's claimed. What is it claimed for? What in the world do I have this coal for? I recall now, I brought it over so that I could make my aluminium factory. Is there a point other than aesthetics? The hostile wildlife will rip you a new one in the darkness. I've since made the wildlife passive because they were just becoming annoying rather than a challenge. But yeah, being in this region during nighttime is terrifying because those spiders are extremely aggressive and very powerful. So being caught with your trousers down around them is not pleasant. Not at all. Kind of waiting on the sun so I can actually see what I'm doing. If I can be so demanding. So I'm thinking bring the water up and up and up. And then over to the factory. I think that means build the factory first. Easier to connect the water when I have a destination point for it. Rather than destination unknown. Also, the blue power slugs are almost a waste of time. Almost. They're only worth 1 schlooped 2 power slugs, power shards. Whereas these purple ones, they're worth 10. And the yellow ones are worth 4. Again, with schlooping, but there's no good reason not to schloop your shards. Aside from the initial ones that you might not even want early on. Power generation, perhaps. But boy, are those slugs everywhere. Oh, there's another thing about nighttime. It's easier to spot slugs in the dark. I would even say considerably easier to spot the slugs in the dark. Building all of this, but it's not answering my question of what I'm building and where. And I'm kind of moving away from where I'm meant to be doing this. At least I'm putting down lots of power, so floating around on the hover pack becomes remarkably easier. But I think I should just start building. And I believe I said I wanted around here. Can be nice to make a fully lit factory. It looks gorgeous at nighttime, but that's about it. Oh, there we go. Being able to see into the distance makes it a lot easier to know where that water is going to be flowing to. Excellent. Swear I can hear a slug as well, but it might be my imagination, or it might be that slug. Whoops. Ooh. Thank goodness I did not get screwed by the hotkey issue there. I forgot I didn't have anything to catch on to with my hover pack. So you could still get alien remains in a pacifist playthrough because the spiders are so aggressive they will kill other wildlife. So that just netted me 7 hog remains, which is 14 loads of alien protein, which is a lot of alien DNA, which is usable for sinking. Northrex comes in, they simply say hello Jake and hello chat. Why thank you. And a hello to you too. As I contemplate what I'm doing here. I want that power over here as well, just make it easier to hover around and do what I'm doing. Oh, this is dangerous. And less dangerous, good. Just realized I was floating over the void there. Don't want to play around with Yo-Noid today. Alright, let's build. All this not building is getting old real fast. And really, this is a lot of space for building up what would be our steel smelting array. Well, hopefully it's plenty of space. One could imagine a world where it is insufficient. Don't like these. These only existed to align me with the global chunks. What did I delete? I deleted something. Because now I can't hover anymore. How did you lose your power? How did I lose my ability to fly? What? What have I done? Yeah, building cramped is a mistake. I don't think this is cramped, though. And we can always move up. But where did my power go? I deleted this stuff and then suddenly, poof, went my power. I have disconnected from the global grid somehow. How? Are you on the global grid? Are you powered? What? Did I accidentally sever the railway? I can't just plug into this railway and check, but I can do this. Okay, so this railway is good. What in the world did I just detach? I can only assume that when I was moving around my delete tool, I accidentally hit something that I shouldn't have, but what? This is where it's a shame that you don't have a a legend or a filter or something that shows power lines are similar. I guess I could bring you along up here. Wouldn't be a huge undertaking, but I'm mystified. So that idea about coated... I guess it would be under foundations and styles. It's just concrete here. Ramps, quarter pipes. Oh, but it's a style, isn't it? I meant to go under materials and go... coated concrete? No? I was quite certain that I had unlocked it when I went on my unlocking binge, but perhaps I didn't. Truly bemused. How did I lose my power over here? Well, I already know you bring that over there. Yeah, you're already full. Actually, it might be a good idea to keep that there in case I need to draw this power off one way or another. And I don't think I can draw that to the... Wait, can you do that? Oh, cool. So you can connect them through the small bit as well without needing a little power pull here. Amazing. You don't have it, and it's in the same thingy as concrete. Very well, thank you. I am still bamboozled at how I lost my power over here. See how... Because you lost it as well. How did you lose it? Maybe you were connected to something like over to there, and that was a connection that I severed? Well, you are unsevered now, and that should make you work again. Looking pretty working. How bizarre. Do not fear being over the void. The void fears me. Also, you're speaking of coated concrete. Got me all sorts of excited for aesthetics. So special, awesome shop, the best shop on the planet. All these... Wait, I'm missing screws? Wow, you're telling me I do not put screws into the global toilet. Funny. I thought I set that up ages ago. At least I shouldn't need screws very much. But I do want it unlocked, but we have ways of doing that, don't we? Crafting bench, please, go. I need screws. I didn't pay attention to how many short I was on it, but that should be sufficient. Foundations. Maybe it's under customizing. Ah, here we go. Coated concrete. Get me the other concrete as well. Let's be poor. No, I don't want to be poor. Get me coupons. Get me failing to click on coupons. Yeah, there we go. And this time I guess we put them back into the sink. I suppose the problem was I kept sinking my my screws, so one by one I wore them down. Alright, now that we have what I can only assume will be plenty of space, how do I build this? Fortunately, we only need to build something half the size as the previous one. In terms of smelting down our iron into ingots. But then the iron is going to be mixed with coal to make our steel ingots. Ratios. The iron essentially gets doubled. So a single impure coal node should be sufficient for all the iron. I mean, practically it's doubled, but it doesn't get doubled. One idea is don't do any fancy crap with water. But another thought is do fancy crap with water. Fancy stuff is good. We could also make basic iron ingots if we didn't want to use water here. Do I have limestone nearby? Surprisingly no. I mean, it's over there, but no. Would mean I don't need to bring water over though, doesn't it? Ooh, I like the idea of not bringing water over. Yeah, not bringing water over simplifies this enormously. Holy moly, it does. To the point where it might even be worth bringing over some limestone. Limestone, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Or even da-da-da-da-da. That's pure stuff, though. Don't want to waste the pure. Yeah, don't bother. Wet iron is only useful if you want to min-max every node in the game. Yeah, I'm not too keen on doing that, especially if it complicates bringing over water. But the limestone is practically the same distance away. The thing is, I can see myself needing a lot of steel. So making quite a lot of steel does appeal. This is essentially a pure node. And we've got normal, impure, impure. So I could use these three and all four of these and make a large amount of steel here. So I probably will. No, I have no intention of perfecting this game. Don't use the P word on me. I don't want to hear it. What am I doing? I do not have my beloved jetpack on. Why don't I have it on? There we go. Don't like the noise this thing makes getting my way. Still easier to make a second smelter facility than mess with water and refineries. Yeah, exactly. But I do like the idea of doubling the output of the iron just using the normal limestone thing. All I need to do is drag a belt over here. That'd be very easy. I think that's exactly what I will do. Right, we're going to drag the limestone over, mix it with the iron, double the iron output, and then it's easier to maximize with the coal, or at least I need to use fewer of these. Does that even make any sense? Because this stuff altogether, it's not something we need to max out. Let's not worry about it. Let's just build normally. Alright, I'll tell you, things are going smoother here than expected. I thought there'd be a lot more teething problems building up the bus, so I'm going to call it there. I don't want to burn my entire day off playing Satisfactory, but it was good to get the initial building swings out of the way. We will continue on. We will grab more resources, we will shove them on the bus, we will refine more and work our way towards Phase 5. And if that sounds like the dullest thing imaginable, well, don't you worry. We're going to celebrate finishing it with some Nancy Drew, but that's when we're done with it. In any case, I will be back on Wednesday for my regular schedule. Until then, it is a cheers and a cheerio.